Apurva, Asta, we are ready to go.
Okay. Honorable dignitaries, learned delegates from corporate and academia, respected teachers, a very good afternoon to one and all. I, Astha,
And I, Apurva,
we feel privileged to welcome you all on behalf of the BML Munjal University to the Leadership Summit 2022. One of the first connections of happiness is that the link between man and nature shall not be broken.
common definition of sustainability used worldwide is from the UN Brundtland Commission. They say sustainable development is development that meets the need of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So, put simply, sustainability is about our kids and our grandkids. How do we live today so that they can thrive and future generation can also have a good life?
One of the other big frameworks that we use to talk about sustainability is the three E's of the business. We call that the triple bottom line: environment, economy, and equity. And it's not just about understanding that we need to manage all of those, it's understanding how they are connected. And to quote ex United Nations Secretary General Ban Ki moon, there is no plan B for action as there is no planet B.
With this thought, we would wholeheartedly welcome all of you once again.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request Professor Manoj Arora, Vice Chancellor BML Munjal University, to kindly address our dignitaries of the day. Professor Arora is a PhD in remote sensing from Swansea University, UK. He was a postdoctoral research fellow for about 2 years in a NASA-sponsored project in the Electrical Engineering and Computer Science Department, and he has completed his Masters of Engineering from IIT Roorkee. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Astha and Apurva. Today's keynote speaker, Ms. Shobhana, Galaxy of Leaders as panelists, colleagues and students present in this inaugural session. On behalf of whole BML Munjal University fraternity, welcome you all to the BMU Leadership Summit 2022 around the theme Global Sustainability and the Corporation. The summit is, as you know, very unique as it is happening at a time when every one of us is engrossed in Industry 4.0 technologies, when the world is enveloped with a pandemic, which is not going to go away in near future. We need to be friendly with it. When the country is geared up for developments at a large scale in all sectors, when the world economy is disturbed, when the environment is under threat, when the society is transforming. Rather, the mankind is facing challenges all the time. No doubt, the UN has given us 17 sustainable development goals. But do we understand these? Do we practice these? Do we promote these? Do we monitor these? These are the questions which keep coming to my mind all the time. Let me quote former UN General Secretary General Ban Ki moon, quote, "We hold the future in our hands. Together, we must ensure that our grandchildren will not have to ask why we failed to do the right thing and let them suffer the consequences." It was about 15 years ago. Are we doing the right things? For many years now, we have been using the term sustainability. I am always amused to see the use of word sustainable being prefixed everywhere. We all know what sustainability means, isn't it? Let me reproduce. Sustainability is a paradigm for thinking about a future in which environmental, social, and economic considerations are balanced in the pursuit of development and an improved quality of life. And you all also know that these three spheres, society, environment, and economy, are intertwined. For example, a prosperous society relies on a healthy environment to provide food and resources, safe drinking water, and clean air for its citizens. Therefore, all actions or activities from any field are sustainable if they simultaneously fulfill the three criteria, that is, environmental protection, economic development, and social development. But the challenge of integrating the three dimensions of sustainability, that is the economic profit, societal aspects, and the environmental impact always remain there. I come from education sector and therefore have a strong belief that in order to live in a more sustainable world, we need to rethink the purpose of our education systems and also constantly be alert on. Alert on what? What is learned, what is tested, and how it is taught. It is the education which is one of the most important mechanisms available to governments, regulators, and communities to bring about social transformation and thus create a more stable, equitable, and resilient societies. We need to create sustainable global citizens. For this, only technology and science cannot solve all the problems. The education needs to be reoriented to select appropriate knowledge, skills, perspectives, and values for the environmental, social, and economic spheres of sustainability. And when I say appropriate knowledge, I mean basic knowledge right from natural sciences, social sciences, and humanities, and their integration in a liberal environment to understand the principles of sustainable development, how they can be implemented, and what are the values involved. Today's generation must be provided with the practical skills that will enable them to continue learning after they leave their schools, colleges, and the universities to find a sustainable livelihood and to live sustainable lives. They should possess the ability to communicate effectively, the ability to think about systems, the ability to forecast, to think ahead, the ability to think critically, the ability to use multiple perspectives, the ability to analyze values underlying different positions, the ability to work in teams and in a cooperative environment. Friends, we have created a university where learning is innovative, practical, and experiential. The whole learning environment is hinged on 5 key themes across all the courses, which are creative visualization of practice, role play and prototyping, collaboration and working in teams, ethical leadership oriented social entrepreneurship initiatives, and technology based gamification. However, it is not mere knowledge and skills that drive the university's activities, but the applications of cutting edge research in an interdisciplinary setting that has significant impact on the society. At BMU, we have been focusing on sustainable technologies and industry interface, specifically on the sustainable manufacturing and sustainable mobility with a focus on battery technology for electrical vehicles, solar technology for electric mobility, advanced materials using nanotechnology, recycling technology for batteries and alloys, smart manufacturing through Industry 4.0 technologies. To practice this, we have created a conducive learning environment through industry-sponsored and industry-linked centers of excellence and laboratories, which help individuals to develop and adopt sustainable technologies in their respective domains. The centers like Center of Excellence in Automation, Robotics, and Mechatronics, Center for Advanced Materials and Devices, Advanced Manufacturing Laboratory, Shell Learning Center in Tribology and Lubricants, Center for Inclusive Innovation, Center for Financial Markets. All these facilitate interdisciplinary hands-on learning to the students and provide a platform to work on research projects and real-life problems. Therefore, with a unique pedagogy supported by robust industry engagement, hands-on practical approach to learning and live industry-driven projects, we are able to create leaders who have strong lifelong learning skills and we believe that they would become sustainable global citizens. Global sustainability. There will be keynote addresses and Ms. Shobna is already there now. Good afternoon, Shobna ji, welcome. And there will be panel discussions where a galaxy of leaders from different sectors would share their views based on their vast experiences. The BMU is blessed to have them on a single platform today. I'm sure that students and faculty will learn a lot from their rich experience. I'm confident that the summit is going to give right directions to the society in reimagining the future of a large portion of the young population of the country in this uncertain environment. I thank the trio of Mr. Santanil Das Gupta, Professor Deepak Pandit, and Hansa Sachdeva in conceiving the theme of the summit. The support provided from all of my colleagues and students and various offices is highly acknowledged. My profound gratitude to all the leaders who could find time from their busy schedule to be with us in this summit. I look forward to receiving recommendations from the summit. Wishing you all the best for a vibrant summit. Stay safe, stay healthy, and above all, stay positive and be sustainable. God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your valuable insights on sustainability and how it is directly related to development.
I now would like to invite Madam Shobna Kamineni, Executive Vice Chairperson of Apollo Hospital Enterprise Limited and a member of its founding family, championing special initiatives for over 7 years, now steers the organization's emergence as a proponent of integrated digital first healthcare services in India through Apollo 24/7. An active member of the Confederation of Indian Industry, Shobana Ma'am's appointment as its president in 2017-18 created history, as she was the first ever person to hold the position since its inception in 1895.
Good afternoon, my dear friend Sunil Munjal. Am I audible? First, let's.
Yes, you are.
Okay, great. Professor Manoj Arora got the last bit of your talk. You're Vice Chancellor of BML University, August members of academia, corporate leaders, veterans of business, students, respected guests. I'm really privileged to be here at your Leadership Summit 2022, talking about global sustainability and cooperation. The BML Munjal University is relatively young, but I think it carries behind it a great weight of a corporation that has done so much good in building India, and not just in the field of mobility, but across. And it's not just the founders, the original founders, but it's been carried on to the second and third generation. And I think there's where you can truly see sustainability. So moving on to what I'm here to talk to you about, a definitive that emerged in the last 2 years of COVID, this pandemic. We created such a new language, but really it was the language of all. In contrast to the conventional, it was about us getting ahead, and we moved away from just us being safe and can I keep just me and my family safe. We all realized that unless everyone is safe, no one is safe. We needed a completely vaccinated world to be safe. That was our defense. And SARS, COVID-19 didn't really say, it didn't spare anyone. It wasn't, how high your walls were, or how you gated your community, or how wealthy you were. It just went through, everyone. And I think this is an experience that has been collective around the world. So the good thing is that in this, the world realized that it worked with such speed and agility. We created vaccines in record time. But the virus moved faster than just the vaccines. And the global distribution became the issue. It was believed that there really are enough doses in the world to drive down transmission and save lives if they go to the people that we need them most. And WHO has therefore often repeated that vaccine equity will accelerate the end of the pandemic. Further, achieving WHO's vaccine equity targets will substantially increase population immunity globally protect health systems, enable economies to fully restart, and reduce the risk of new variants emerging. At present, more than 4.87 billion people around the world have received a dose of the vaccine. That's about 63.5% of the world population. Translates, but that still means that 30% of the world has yet to receive a single jab. And this is a statistic which will, show that the virus has the possibility to mutate and new threats can emerge. So by allowing this situation to persist, we are impacting sustainability of economies and corporations. Therefore, my first landing point of today is, let's ask ourselves, are we ready for the language of all? Are we prepared to embrace this new genre of leadership? Are we willing to think collaboration in place of competition? Are we cognizant that no one can think and stay in silos? And with those last two thoughts, I want to move on to my second landing point. In the face of this unprecedented crisis, businesses also realized that, words like beating or killing competition were wholly irrelevant. The prudent corporations realized that the secret sauce of survival and success lay in harnessing the power of collaboration, the collective partnerships, which is again all about breaking down silos, working towards the big picture. Collaboration is the key element in taking one's business practice to the next level. You can stay small and you can be where you are in your silo, but if you really want to emerge big, you need to have collaborative partnerships that actually work. It is a powerful business building strategy, often overlooked, yet it's a practice that seriously produces results. I take this opportunity to share just 3 illustrations from Apollo. So when the pandemic hit, we created this program called Kavach, which means a protective armor. And what we did is we went out to companies and we said, look, hospitals will be overwhelmed. We were creating, so we worked with hotels and they allowed us to open rooms, and companies said, we'll also pick up the tab for this. So together what we created was the stay-eye facilities. So people who were not seriously ill could be monitored remotely. And I think we opened almost 3,000 beds at the peak of this. So it was a great collaborative, story. But I think more than that, it's hospitals that, like us and even businesses, relate this to businesses that have the wherewithal. So we had the wherewithal of great infectious disease specialists, the ability to speak to, anyone in the world to get the latest protocols. And we built something called the Red Book, where today, we modified it 51 times in the last 2 years. But we didn't keep that for all our hospitals' protocol. We actually shared this with hospitals across the country and said, please use this because it really gives the data of how, you can treat people at different stages, identify, treat, and look after them long term. And I think this was a huge contribution and collaborative effort. Moving on, the third example is about Gapio. Gapio, there are more than 1.4 million Indian physicians of Indian origin across the world, and they have an organization called Gapio. Gapio came to us during the pandemic and said, please help us. We want to give back. How can you connect us? So through our telepresence and through protocols, we were able to actually, get them to help during, the second wave, and they continue to engage. So I think these kind of collaborative, many people say that, healthcare is a business of caring, and there's no room, for us to think about, at times competition and all that. It's true, but I would think that yes, our first focus is on building clinical learning, saving lives, contributing to a healthy population. But there's also a deeper message that maybe all of you should be thinking through today in terms of competition. So continuing on, and this was my second landing. My last landing part would be, continuing on the topic of COVID. Hundreds and thousands of the frontline people, these were the frontline workers that were affected the most. But these people, we have pharmacists, nurses who didn't go home or who didn't shy from engaging, doctors. And in India, we have a great word for them called Karma Yogis. So Karma Yogis are the timeless leaders, the unsung heroes of a brighter today. So you take that a little one step deeper, and this is part of our humanity and our philosophy. The Bhagavad Gita that Krishna narrated to Arjuna during the war, he said, "You're much larger than you think." You can experience this when you work in the spirit of yajna, the cosmic wheel of work. You can see the interdependent universe that is connected by work. Even by removing a single stone in your backyard will cause a cosmic effect across the world. So this is the interconnectedness that we are, and the belief that, selflessly, if we work, there's something more that can actually be achieved. So by forgetting our own narrow concerns and being in the service of others, leaders begin to live in the consciousness, the timeless cycle of work. And I think nowhere has this come in humanity except when you're fighting wars, when you're united for a purpose that you actually realize how important sacrifice is. It's the critical dimension of leadership work. It's not about diminishing yourself, but extending the boundary of yourself by giving up the lower cause for the higher. And it's a deep concept, but it's something that leaders of today will start seriously engaging with. So if you mull over this, you realize that every great business leader thought beyond their organization. They persevered to make the world a better place. I mean, don't have to go far. Look at the BML Munjal University. In itself underlines this ethos. It was clearly about building a talent pool for the nation, for the world, rather than for just their business organization. So thinking, and that was my last three landings that I wanted to leave you with before we talk about sustainability. So thinking about sustainability is not new. It is inherent to longer term survival. It's just that the language and the goals are relatively new, that have been layered by this pandemic. Our fundamentals are timeless. So we have to move on using inclusiveness, collaboration, the Karma Yogi concept, and we use these to address the issue of sustainable development. There's no simple answer, coming to this, there's no simple answer for sustainable development. If there was, we really wouldn't be accelerating towards destruction so fast with this. But what we have to remember is that we as a race, humanity meets its growing needs and alongside remains mindful of not compromising the needs of future generations. This is something we need to really think so much more. And the trick lies in finding that particular balance, knowing that it's a super tall task. And it's tough purely because it falls upon everyone to get out of their comfort zone. Think beyond your own needs and redefine the way that we look at growth while striving towards the 17 sustainable development goals, which are supposed to be achieved by 2030. And just global warming is just one of them. And we're only a decade away and we're not even, close to coming to achieving these. But I think that many others will speak about the other aspects. I'll stick to health because that's something that we have a particular expertise in. And just remember the duality of health. It's an individual and a collective responsibility, particularly since we now realize that, in this pandemic, we realized you can have everything, but if you're not healthy, you really have nothing. And so each of us, have to engage, take care not just of our own health and well-being. As business captains, we must look outside just our own waistlines and alongside our corporate bottom line. And this is something that I learned, that every single corporation today, in some form, has become a little bit of a healthcare organization, because they're starting to think, what can I do about my employees' health? It was mostly during COVID, but I hope this will extend even further, because there's no excuse to say that, let me put it off and I can do this later. It's not just CSR, it's actually for survival. So we need to encourage our families and our organizations to embrace healthy living and preventive healthcare. So that's what I want to, talk about in terms of sustainability. The pandemic, we think, is like pretty much, is fading into an endemic. But what we must understand is that there's something which has been looming in our society for way longer. That's the threat of NCDs. 1 in 4 Indian citizens have some form of NCD, non-communicable disease, that's like heart, diabetes, cancer, respiratory. And I think that and it's the young people also. So they say, the statistics are by 2030, WHO says India's diabetes burden will cross the 100 million mark. We already are the cancer capital and the cardiac high-risk capital of the world. But the economic cost of this by 2030 could run into trillions of dollars with that. And I think that this is something for sustainability. We have to put another bottom line that really talks about health and prevention, because 70% of NCDs can actually be prevented by better lifestyles. So this is something that when you talk sustainability, please, if anything that you take back from today, just remember that this is something that needs to be addressed on the top table all the time. Because our future is collective, and each of us must make a positive contribution for tomorrow and also for the generations ahead. So as responsible citizens, what I ask is, join forces, relearn and teach the new 5 Ps. We've always thought about product and pricing and, but packaging. But what I'm talking about is the new 5 Ps for business sustainability will be: 1 is care for people, really care for people, erase the inequalities that characterize our present day, the K-shaped growth that you hear about, the global inequalities, 300 million of our Indians that have been pushed into poverty. We need to really think that through about inequality. 2, make the planet friendly. It's a conscious choice that you can make every single day in whatever aspect. And I think this is so important. Our young people teach it to us much better. With that, kids and grandkids know this better than we do, and they will live that. But we have to leave a better world for them. 3, ensure that prosperity is inclusive, not at the cost of damaging the only place we have to live in, that's the earth. 4, peace is the most powerful defense we have in a world, in this world as we grow. And we have to live from 8 billion people to 11 billion people, whatever it happens, there's always room for people. But without peace, there will never be the ability to sustain and create longevity. And finally, leverage the inestimable power of partnerships. These are my 5 Ps, and it's wonderful that over the course of the 2 days, you will be able to learn from so many leaders and veterans about sustainability goals, capabilities, learning and development methods, looking at entrepreneurship through the lens of sustainability, regulatory policy shifts, and building a truly social enterprise. So before I conclude, let me tell you a little bit about, Apollo. All of you know, of course, that it was started by my dad, who was the first person out of his village who actually got an education, was a doctor, went abroad, came back to India and started this, saying that, India needs a new system of healthcare that has to be private and accountable and this corporates, and that's how Apollo was born. Then we had to create, from pharmacies to clinics to insurance to medical colleges. And then we realized that as an organization and as a healthcare organization, what the rest of the world, every single business is turning digital. It has to be a digital business because we'll never be able to build enough hospitals. We will never have enough people or doctors to be able to staff our businesses, to serve the community. And the costs will continue to spiral. So for all these reasons and the fact that technology was available and developing so fast, we said, how can we leapfrog to be the cutting edge? Just as we were the relevant institution that could bring affordable medicine into India, how can we go from serving 40 million to 1 billion? And that came from digital. So I think this is the journey that we've embarked on. And it's really exciting because we have to think about things so differently. And the very fact is that I'm truly the oldest in this organization now. Most of the people there are in their 30s, and well, that defines India. And I think that's important to say that, you can create more jobs. But one thing that, that we kept, and now as the world focuses more on ESG, we realized that we started building, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, gold-rated hospitals, how we looked at waste. So our ESG, environmental, social governance factors, governance even in the company, have been fundamental, as good corporate citizens. And I think this is something for sustainability also. So I think I've spoken super fast and hopefully kept in time. So let me conclude with something that we have to remind ourselves every day. It's humbling, and it's the thought of impermanence. Our ego wants to believe that we're incredibly important, to this organization can't run without me and all that. And that's just in our own head. Yeah, it's so not true. In reality, everyone and everything is impermanent. And today's super important developments, if you look at it, maybe 1 year or 5 years down the road, it'll be forgotten over time. And hence, the only aspect that matters is how we empower others and help them do better. How we can strive to minimize time obsessing only about our needs and desires and accomplishments. How we can move through life with more compassion, courage, and accepting that impermanence. So despite all the progress we've made on the medical front, we're still mortals. We really can't do anything about that. But we can leave footprints that are cherished by the generations to come. So thank you all for listening to me.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for enlightening us with those insightful words. And like you mentioned, unless everyone is safe, no one is safe. And collaboration in place of competition. Both of these statements needs to be talked about more and more loudly. So now I would like to invite Navneet and Himanshu to take the session ahead.
Thank you so much. I'll be dropping off.
Thank you so much, Apurva. A very good afternoon to all the panelists, moderator, and the audience. I am Navneet Kaur, MBA student from BML Munjal University.
And I, Himanshu Sharma,
are the student ambassadors for this panel. We feel extremely honored to welcome you all for today's discussion on the topic sustainability and business performance, transitioning to TBL corporate challenges.
Now I would like to introduce you all to the panelist and the moderator. Our first panelist is Mr. Mohit Bhargav. Due to an urgency at work, Mr. Gudeep Singh won't be able to join us. Instead, we have with us Mr. Bhargav, who is Executive Director and Head of the Renewable Energy Division at NTPC Limited. He is also the CEO of NTPC wholly owned subsidiary NTPC Renewable Energy and brings in over 30 years of experience in the power sector and on board. He is spearheading NTPC Energy Transition Program, which is centered around reducing NTPC carbon intensity and leads NTPC Green Hydrogen Initiative.
Our second panelist is Mr. Satyakam Arya, who is CEO at Daimler India Commercial Vehicles. Mr. Arya is leading the Daimler Trucks operation in India since the end of 2018. Under his stewardship, the organization continues to grow as a strong contender in domestic market with the Made for India CV brand Bharat Benz. At the same time, he has aggressively expanded export operations of other Daimler truck brands, including Mercedes-Benz, Fuso, and Freightliner in over 50 markets worldwide.
Our third panelist is Mr. Kishore Jayaraman, who is president for India and South Asia Division for Rolls-Royce. Since taking over the role 9 years ago, he has been instrumental in driving strategic focus and significant expansion across the Rolls-Royce defense, civil aerospace, and power system businesses. A strong proponent of technology innovation, he led the establishment of Rolls-Royce digital and engineering capabilities in India that now contribute to global development projects.
Mr. Mike Clark is a fourth panelist who is currently COO and CHRO at Hero MotoCorp. Mr. Mike is business leader with more than 20 years global human resource experience in US and UK publicly listed companies. With extensive experience building, leading, and managing teams across geographies and functions. He is result-oriented leader, successfully operating at board level with agility to perform in multi-geographical and industrial sectors.
Our last panelist is Mr. Srivatsan Iyer. He is the global CEO at Hero Future Energy. He has previously worked for Braskem, the largest petrochemical company in the America, based in Sao Paulo, Brazil, as the Vice President of Strategy and Planning and Innovation and Technology. He joined Braskem 10 years back, and he has delivered in various roles from strategy to M&A, R&D, finance, planning, procurement, and IT.
We have with us Dr. Simon Trellebeck, Assistant Professor of Strategic Management at Singapore Management University, as the moderator of this panel. Prior to joining SMU, he obtained a PhD in management from Imperial College London, worked in sustainable innovation consulting, and read corporate social responsibility and commercial engineering. His research focuses on the interaction of digitization and sustainability. Besides being an academic, he is also a budding entrepreneur and co-founder at Handprint, a fast-scaling impact as a service platform, and a global mangrove trust, a non-profit in the mangrove reforestation space. We welcome each one of you to the panel and now would request the moderator, Dr. Trellebeck, to take it from here.
Navneet and Himanshu for this kind introduction. I'm very honored to be here among a couple of fantastic panelists. And of course, as a moderator, my role is to say as little as possible, but just to enforce the rules. So what I would love to start this conversation with is we have 5 panelists and we have about an hour time. So I want to ask everyone to spend about 4 minutes, and I will rigidly enforce these rules, to introduce what you are working on. And specifically what I'm interested in, given the kind of topic of the panel, is that you can tell us a little bit from your perspective within your organization. What is currently the biggest sustainability related challenge that you are dealing with on a daily or weekly basis? And maybe I will just follow the same order as the panelists were introducing. So Mr. Bohid Bargava, maybe you can go first.
Good afternoon and thank you. I hope I'm audible. Yeah, so thanks a lot and thanks to BML Munjal University for having me here. I think it was mentioned earlier on that my chairman, Mr. Gurdeep Singh, couldn't join, so I'm here. I handle the renewable portfolio at NTPC, and just to go with a quick introduction, NTPC is India's largest power utility. It's a government-owned entity. We have an installed capacity of around 67,000 megawatts. And we supply close to 25% of India's total electricity as on date. Over the last 40 years, we have developed this large portfolio of coal-based primarily and hydro and renewable capacity. So what we have done in 40 years to reach this capacity, we intend to do in the next 10 years to have a renewables portfolio, which is equivalent to almost 60 gigawatts in terms of installed capacity. And that is one of the key things on which we hope to transition. So from what we are now, we plan to transition into a sustainable integrated energy company over the next few years. And the key pillar in that, of course, would be the growth on the RE side, looking at various options in terms of sustainability initiatives and development initiatives, and like waste to energy, electric mobility, carbon capture, green hydrogen, and so on and so forth. Our pivot, I would say, has been largely on the basis of our focus more and more on the sustainability side. We actually adopted a Brighter Plan 2032 a couple of years ago as part of our overall sustainability initiative. And this covers a variety of areas of how NTPC will proceed in terms of transitioning from what we are today. Among the various headings which we have discussed and discussed in detail in that plan are decarbonization, water and biodiversity, health and safety, circular economy, community development, sustainable supply chain, and strong finance and ethics. So this, as you can see, covers broadly the 3 Ps, which we generally refer to as people, planet, and profit. I'll in view of the 4-minute timeline given by Dr. Simon, so I'll try to not get into too much detail on each of these points. But what I'd like to mention in brief, maybe on a couple of points. So decarbonization will largely happen through our focus on the renewable energy, which will also graduate into the green hydrogen supply and carbon capture and utilization, because we have a large coal-based capacity, which we want to actually transition into a capacity which is less and less carbon intensive. On the other side, on the water and biodiversity side, we are actually looking at having a zero liquid discharge and reducing and optimizing the water consumption which we have. For the people who are unaware, power generation plants actually consume a whole lot of water. The third major point I'd like to touch upon is in terms of the circular economy, and that is where the major byproduct today of a power plant is ash, and one of the focus areas for us has been ash utilization and how we can actually use ash for more productive purposes. What we have done in the last few years is we have seen that ash can be used not only for adding to cement and making it a building product, we've also seen ash can be used for building roads, ash can be used for building aggregates, and we are looking at various other options as well. One of the other things which we are focused upon is in terms of use of biomass in our power plants. All our power stations which are using coal, we've experimented and established that almost 10% of the capacity of the feedstock can be replaced very easily by biomass. For example, the agro residue-based biomass pellets. And that is where we are actually proceeding very strongly. In fact, basis our efforts, the government has also issued a policy about 2 years ago, and that is where we feel that biomass usage in the coal power plants will actually render them much more, less carbon intensive. And third, of course, is the waste management and the waste to energy. So probably I'll not take much time here, and Dr. Simon, I think we are on time, so we'll come back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mohit. Very interesting to see the different approaches that you're having within NTPC around sustainability. I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Satyakam Arya with the same question. So what is the key sustainability challenge Daimler India is facing at the moment, and how are you approaching it with a view to the future?
Well, good afternoon, everyone. And first of all, thank you for inviting me for a very, very important session. I think that's going to be game-changing for every one of us in future. Well, we are in mobility business, and therefore our challenges also arise from the nature of the business we are in. If you look at how our business is organized, we are talking about a large-scale manufacturing operation. We are in Chennai with 400 acres of manufacturing facility. And we have to look at how do we make it sustainable, which means renewable energy dependence and not the other way around. We have to look at how do we use less and less water, apart from other things which have to be done on the operation side. The second important aspect of our business is the entire supply chain, the value chain. And as you can imagine, automotive industry is very global, and we are part of a global Daimler group. Our supply chains are very comprehensive and very diverse and global. So we have to also look at each element of the supply chain to make it sustainable. So that's the second challenge. The third important piece of our business is the product itself. So today we manufacture products which are diesel based. And this has been the propulsion technology in the entire world in the last decades. And we all know that in the next years, this is going to change. The fundamental propulsion technology will change, which means we have to work on bringing carbon neutral mobility to all the products which we have. And the fourth important part of the challenge is the road safety aspect. Since we are in mobility business and we all know that India is definitely not good when it comes to road safety. And that is also one of the things which we want to take as a part of sustainable goals is how do we develop products, provide the technology to the market which is accident free and in future maybe fatality free. So these are the four important dimensions. Now, how are we tackling that? In very brief, I'm sure you will follow up more on that. Well, first of all, I think it starts with taking sustainability not as a cost challenge, but rather a value enabler. So put it as a part of your core strategy. And this is exactly what we have done globally in Daimler and also our company in India. We have clearly decided and announced our ambitions to move to a carbon neutral mobility by 2039. In India, we have also planned that we will have completely carbon neutral operations by 2025. In fact, already more than 70% of the energy we buy is sustainable. And we want to take this 75 to 100% in next 3 years. We also want to work on saving water. And so there are a lot of other initiatives which come along with it. The third thing which we have done is we have linked the compensation of senior executives in our company to achievement of sustainable goals. I think that's how then you drive sustainability in your organization, that you people own up the cause, they own the targets, and they work on it. The last part is about, how do you plan this transition and how do you carry this forward for the next 10 to 20 years? So it has to be a part of your core strategy. So we have included lean and sustainable organization and products which are differentiated by these technologies as a core part of our strategy, right? So we have a dedicated transformation office with a guy who's heading this as the Chief Transformation Officer, who reports directly to me and is a part of our board, who drives sustainability across the organization. So I think these are some of the challenges and the things which we are doing to address them.
Thank you so much. That was super interesting. I have a lot of questions to follow up, but I'm not going to. I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Mike Clark to answer the same question. And hopefully, if you can do it exactly like Mr. Arya within the 4 minutes, that would be fantastic.
Simon, thank you for that introduction to my fellow panelists and to the BMU also for the summit. Also for everybody watching. I think not to repeat everything that's just been said, but we're in mobility too. Clearly Hero MotoCorp is the largest two-wheeler manufacturing, and mobility, manufacturing, distribution, they're all key challenges. And like most organizations, we've set our challenges through the board in terms of our key targets that we've already declared in terms of carbon neutral operations, significantly in terms of our water positivity in our facilities, and also most importantly, as well as around waste to landfill. We've also set other ambitious targets, which I can't declare. We're going to be launching them very, very shortly with our chairman, Mr. Munjal. One of the things which I wanted to maybe allude to is the fact that the broader topic around the environment, and I think corporations play a significant role in how we actually can affect the environment. And at Hero MotoCorp, we take that very, very seriously. And when we look at the role that corporation and boards play, I think that's a big area in terms of how the industry can actually, at a broader perspective, influence the environment in a very positive way. I mean, for example, the COP26, the Prime Minister Modi announced India to attain the net zero carbon by 2070. So linking climate change to lifestyles and how we can actually influence that in our own people is super important. If you look at some of the dynamics that are going on, even at the recent budget with the announcement of the battery swapping policy, which is significantly going to help drive towards EVs. And certainly here we're delighted with the government's decision in that, and it resonates very, very well with our company values and personally with Mr. Munjal's own commitment to sustainability. But investment is key in terms of striving forward. So one of the things that I would like to offer out is that increasingly investors are understanding that the corporate performance around the environment, social and governance is directly affecting the longer term profits. So what does it really mean? I mean, today investors are not looking to invest in sustainable investing, they're looking to simply invest. So sustainability, in my mind, and where we're looking at it here at Motor Corp, is actually moving to ESG and going mainstream. So it's really important that for a collective impact on the environment, that progressive boards will recognize that ESG issues are shaping the strategy. Here at Motor Corp, we're doing that. And we can maybe allude to that a little bit later on. But unfortunately, the truth is that not all corporations are making that strong shift from governance to actually environmental. And there's too many at this moment in time looking at short term. In fact, there was a study done not very recently, and that's 56% of public company directors felt that was too much time being spent on sustainability. Clearly, that's not where we're at and need to be. So the paradigm shift is clearly where it needs to go. So where we're looking at from here at Motor Corp, we have a very compelling vision and getting the whole organization around that vision, which is obviously to be the future of mobility. The set must be true for sustainability. So setting ambitious targets, which we've got in play, is really the way to go forward, to actually move away from that incrementalism to big ticket changes through innovation. So I would suggest, Simon, that one of the things that we need to look at as an organization and as a corporate and boards is to shift it from that viewpoint of short-termism to a really strong outward-looking approach. And we can talk a little bit about that later on. So my premise here is that the corporate world has been going through hundreds of years of industrialization, and we've been using the planet resources a little bit for a long time without knowledge, but now we have that knowledge and we have to act now. And I think one of the things that we'll be doing here at Motor Corp is educating our people and investing in sustainable processes. Thanks, Simon.
Thank you, Mike. Interesting to hear that as well. Good to see that two-wheeler companies are taking this active role as well, trying to be part of the solution. I want to repeat the same question for Mr. Kishore Jayaraman. From Rolls-Royce perspective, like what is it that in terms of the sustainability dimensions that is really keeping you awake at night, that is keeping you busy? What is core to Rolls-Royce and sustainability for the future?
Thank you very much, Dr. Simon. It's a pleasure to be here with you all. And, firstly, I think I just wanted to clarify Rolls-Royce, if anyone in the audience or anywhere around thinks that we are in the cars business, we are not. Just to set the record straight so that what I talk makes sense from that point on. And, we are in the civil aerospace, defense, and the power systems businesses. And in the three businesses, we have an absolute need in order to make sure that the businesses convert towards sustainable products into the future. And when we look at the civil aerospace business, needless to say that there is a huge need to reduce the emissions that come out from the amount of travel that happens globally with airlines. And this is understood globally by all airlines, aircraft manufacturers, engine manufacturers, and we are ahead of the curve on that. And one of the things we've been doing for the last 3 to 4 years is focusing on digital and electrical. These are the two pillars that we have that we said are going to be the future. It didn't come with this tag of sustainability. It came with saying, here is data availability, computing power availability. Here's the ability for us to prevent problems and not be reactive to issues. And so we started analyzing data much ahead in all our processes, whether it be manufacturing processes or whether it be, operations perspective from airlines, engine operations. And so that evolved, and we said, look, the future is not going to be fossil fuels. We got to start thinking climate change. We got to think about environment. And so that's how the journey began for us with electrical. So now the challenges are making electrical actually work in the civil aerospace products and making electrical and hybrid products work in all the other businesses as well. And then we look at the digital side in order to make sure that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We're able to understand what happens with all the products and services we have, and then quickly bring what we want to bring to the market, in the nearest possible time. To that effect, the first all-electric aircraft has broken a speed record for us. And we already in record time was able to get it up in the air. And the goal for us is to cross the channel and maybe go from London to Paris one of these days and create another record of that sort. So we want to keep the challenges going for people where they are motivated by it. We kind of, push people to do that. But at the end of the day, what we are really doing is we want the mindset of people to be changed. People have to think sustainability, environment, circular economies first, and then think what is a product that needs to come out of the market for us to be profitable. So it used to be a time when everybody said people come first, but it used to be a time when profits came first, and then the world evolved and said that people come first. And now I think the world is coming to the point where it says planet comes first. And so digital and electrical, two fulcrums, 2 points. 2030, we signed up to the UN net zero requirements. And we said by 2030, all the new products that we put out will have the capability to work with sustainable fuels. And by 2050, all products, including our existing products, will all be compatible. And in that journey, we also set a goal for ourselves by 2023 to 2025, depending on which part of the world we are in, all our factories will move towards having sustainabilities in them. And now what we have done in India to start that off, we have created digital apps that we're working on, and we're going to make those apps be rolled out into the factories where they measure all the parameters that we believe and UN and the world believes are going to be needed for us to reach a net zero economy. So that's where we are. I'm going to give you some time back here, Dr. Simon, and then if you have any questions, you can always ask. Thank you.
Fantastic, and congratulations on breaking the speed record. That's a great accomplishment and promising for electrical aviation. Okay, the same question for our fifth panelist, Mr. Srivatsan. What are the sustainability challenges that are important to Hero Future Energies?
Very good. Thank you, Simon, and glad to be part of this very distinguished panel. So Hero Future Energies is a renewable energy company. So our business really is primarily today in solar and wind. In that sense, sustainability is at the core of everything we do, not just as a company, but as a mission for the people as well. Having said that, we are taking start view of sustainability and looking at it along 3 dimensions. And I think there's been a lot of discussion, especially after Glasgow COP26 on the environmental part. Clearly, as we look at renewable energy, we are already contributing to what I call a more sustainable or a lower carbon form of energy for the world. And that's a huge focus for us going forward, not just from an economic standpoint, because today renewable energy is a better source of energy than conventional, but also as part of an overall ESG platform for the company. The next one is the social part, right? And this is where we are starting to spend quite a bit of time as well. Renewable energy, as you can imagine, is a very land-intensive form of energy. It requires lots of land to install any meaningful capacity, which means you are having an impact not just on the environment, but also on the people and the communities that surround you. And so we are focusing to make sure that we are people positive in that sense. The renewable energy itself takes care of what we think of as a planet positive agenda, making sure that we have a positive impact in which we operate in, takes care of the people positive agenda. And we are spending increasingly more time to make sure that we don't disrupt communities, don't disrupt livelihoods. In fact, an interesting example of what we're doing is in Bangladesh, where we are building a solar fisheries project. In other words, we're building an artificial pond or lake and building a solar power plant on top of that, which also provides livelihood to the local population because of the fishery in the local lake and pond. And so we're trying to integrate both the social aspects as well as the overall growth strategy going forward. And lastly, there's a governance piece, and I think Mike already talked about that. That's kind of the dimension that most companies are gravitating towards as a quick win, right? So let's put the governance mechanisms in place. Let's make sure that we've got all the right pieces in terms of how you manage not just the company, but how you manage people, how you manage the financial markets, and so on. We have obviously put all of those systems in place. We are fairly comfortable with where we are on the governance, spending increasingly, more time on the social piece of it. On the environmental piece of it, there's a couple of things that we are looking at in terms of new technologies, green hydrogen especially, not just for, I'd say, hard to abate sectors where hydrogen is today consumed, like fertilizers, but we're also starting to look at it in heavy duty mobility. And I'm sure Satyakam is looking, from Daimler in terms of how hydrogen could potentially play a role in heavy duty mobility, in heavy duty long range trucks. We think that green hydrogen does have an important role to play there. And so we are looking at that space fairly actively right now. So in addition to these new technologies, I think there's two other things that I'd like to briefly mention before I wrap up. One is I come from the world of petrochemicals and plastics. I spent close to 25 years in that world. And the world of plastics grew, I'd say, exponentially over the last 4 to 5 decades. But it's only in the last 5, 7, 10 years that people actually started to sit down and think about waste. We were piling up all of these plastics that have been used and consumed that could not have an end use other than landfill. And today they're increasingly finding their way into waterways, right? And so now the plastics industry is suddenly woken up and said circular economy, right? It's quote unquote new phrase that everybody is zeroing in on to make sure that there's an end of life solution. I think the renewable energy world, and not just the renewable energy world, but all those of us who are working on sustainable solutions need to start thinking of what circular economy means right now and what's the end of life solution for solar modules, wind turbines, batteries, and so on. So that's something that as a company, we're starting to spend time on right now to make sure we don't create a bigger problem than the one that we're. So let me stop there. Hopefully, I've not exceeded my time by too much. Thanks, Simon.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Okay, this was a very great introduction. I think that all of the companies and the people representing their companies here are obviously facing similar challenges. I am actually very surprised by the answers that I get. When I was preparing for this meeting, I was expecting that most of you would actually only talk about technology and saying the big challenge is we have to do technological innovation, we have to become more efficient. But I see people talking about orchestrating supply chains, about social problems on road safety, about how to structure this so that what we are doing right now is going to carry on for 30 years, changes in compensation and governance. So I'm really pleased to hear all of that. And so given that so many of you are like C-suite organizational leaders, I want to maybe gravitate the discussion towards leadership in terms of the sustainability space and the capabilities that are now required on the board as a key decision-making body in the organization, and how this has shifted over the last few years, and specifically what your organizations have done in order to kind of face head on. And I would love to start with Mr. Satyakam, because he mentioned like we are now tying our sustainability performance to our executive compensation. I think that is a very far-reaching goal. So I'd love for you maybe to speak a little bit more about this, and also generally about to what extent are the capabilities that are now expected from board members, both independent and dependent board members, how are they evolving? And is it challenging for an organization like Daimler to find board members that actually have these right capabilities right now?
Well, absolutely. Whatever we said is work in process. Let's understand that. So nothing is just done, but it's being done. And I think the most important thing which leaders have to do is to join the dots for their people and make them see the big picture. I think that's the most important part which the board has to do, to define the strategy for the company, to plan the transition, right? And then actively work on the mindset change. I think Kishore talked about it, and many other my fellow panelists touched it. That's a very, very important part of the entire equation, right? What else the board needs to do? I think we need to tie up investments, right? All this doesn't come free. So we need to really have a long-term plan in place, investments tied up, products planned with the new technology, prepared for market launch. All that has to be done, right? And as I also talked about earlier, we need to have sustainability as a part of the core strategy of the company, right? The biggest challenge which we face in the board or even in the leadership in the company is people still see sustainability as a cost issue, that it's bringing a cost up in the company and it's affecting the short-term profitability of the company. So how do you do that? And I think that's where the mindset change needs to be done. That's where a drive from the top needs to come in, and that's where you need to put it in the center of your strategy. So I think these are the things which you need to do in order to carry forward the agenda you have. And I just want to mention some statistics which are actually mind-boggling. And these statistics come out of a survey which PwC did recently. This survey found out that 73% of the customers want to change their mobility behavior to lower CO2 emissions, 73%, right? Second, 86% of the employees want to work in the companies who have ESG as a part of their core strategy, right? The third thing, we talk about investors because these are all important elements of business. 80% of investors said that this was a very important factor in how they decide where to invest, right? So if you put all this together, whether it's your customers, whether it's your employees, whether it's your partners, or whether it's your investors, everyone is looking that we take sustainability as a part of core strategy and look at it as a value rather than as a cost.
Thank you very much. I want to open the floor also to the others. And I really am interested in the question of the capabilities. Like, have new capabilities needed to emerge on the board? Has independent directors been brought on board to say, like, okay, we need to better be able to tackle these issues, or have the existing leaders basically solved this on their own? Just want to get some of your thoughts. Anyone who wants to jump in?
Let me have a jump in there, Simon. I think yes. I think that the one thing that I would like to stress very more, the board has the key responsibility in this domain, because their presence will overrun the tenureship of any management team. So in fact, it's really important that the board of directors, the capability, and I think also what's as important today is the diversity of the board. Because it's proven in research studies that if you bring diversity into your board, you have a stronger chance of actually getting those more innovative solutions around sustainability too. So key to that is the diversity. And I think at Hero Motor Corp, I think we have a great presence in terms of our board members in terms of diversity. I think ownership is super key. And I think we're very fortunate with the true values of our leader, Mr. Munjal. Sustainability is something where that paradigm shift that he had many years ago is cascaded through the organization. So when we're building our plants and done our plants many, many years ago, it already has that DNA in its structure. And I think going to the point of short-term results, it's proven the fact that if you work sustainability into your DNA, your profits will certainly multiply, because it just brings that rigor and that clarity of thought. And from the board's perspective, it's really a true measure of how they're actually putting that on the agenda and the airtime. One last thing that I just comment on there, having the management team dedication towards that in terms of in our regards, we have a chief sustainability officer, and the whole premise of that person's remit is to bring the whole organization together behind the goals that were actually set, because you can set the goals unless you have a roadmap, it will not achieve. So that roadmap is super key to get to it.
If I can perhaps add to that, Simon, just a couple of comments. I think both Mike and Satyaka made very clear that it's a mindset shift that needs to top down. I think over the last decade or so, there was increasing understanding and acceptance that sustainability was going to be a core part of the strategy. But I think the first response seemed more like greenwashing than a commitment to sustainability. And I think over the last couple of 3 years, I think that set shift is starting to happen, where people are saying this is not just for public consumption, where we can publish a nice sustainability report saying, you know, we're so great at everything. Change that needs to be made. An example is, you know, 5 years back, you could go to somebody and say, look, can we do this, this, and this? And they'd say, well, what's the cost difference between what I'm doing today and what you're bringing? And you say, look, it's slightly higher cost, but it's an investment in the future, investment in sustainability. And the response would be, well, thanks, but no thanks. You know, we'll get to it someday in the future. Now, what we are hearing is we are prepared to invest. We're prepared to invest in ourselves and in the future and in sustainability. So let's start to have a serious conversation. So it's starting to happen, but I think it has to start at the top, right? Where the board and the management team says, this is not merely, you know, to tell the world how wonderful we are, but actually to start to do something meaningful.
Yeah, Mr. Kishore, if you.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, as I was listening to this, all these are very valid points. But I think the future leaders are going to have to be very, you know, the 3 A's come to my mind, which is agility, adaptability, and authenticity. And I think the future leaders are going to be with the 3 A's. And so boards who are looking for leadership should be looking at leaders who have that capability. And the second thing is, you know, failing was seen always as something wrong and bad. But in the world that we live in, I think if you don't fail fast, I think we are going to be left behind. And, you know, nothing is going to be a success the first time around. But then if you keep trying, eventually it comes around. But if you can fail fast, you come around to the solution much faster. So these are all some, you know, things that are probably ingrained in us, whether we are part of the board or part of senior leadership, that will have to change. And I think each individual has to evaluate themselves saying that, have I been the change I want to see? I think that's what I'd like to leave you guys with.
Yeah, so maybe I'll come in if it's okay.
Yes, briefly, because I feel like we have too much agreement, and a
Yeah.
panel where everyone agrees is not an interesting panel.
Yeah,
So
that's a good opportunity to actually diverge from what has been discussed so far. And I'm not saying I'm not agreeing to what these people have said. There are obviously a lot of good points there. But I think the way the issue diverges is not just because the leadership is, you know, has the buy-in or the management has the buy-in, but how do we ensure that what we talk is actually implemented? And that is where it's not just the leaders, but the entire team and down to the junior most officer who has to have the buy-in and to get a sense of what we're trying to do. Sustainability has been at the top of the mind for practically everyone now. And it's good to hear a lot of mention of ESG. I think Mike said and Mr. Iyer said. And so ESG has been there now. I mean, like 5 years ago, probably none of us used to bother about ESG. Now everyone talks about ESG. When you take a proposal to the board for investment, so ESG is something which is the first point which is on the table. Okay, how does it help me? But it's also important to see that when we're talking about ESG, are we ensuring that all the options, all the circularity which we are talking about is getting covered? And how whether you call it 3P, and as Kishore said, 3A, and I think earlier there was some 5Ps also. So these are all, you know, good ideas to have, but we need to ensure that everything what we talk about, everything what we commit to is happening. And which is where, if we are looking at purely from the prism of profit, or from the prism of people alone, or from the prism of planet alone, which is what I think we started off with, will not make sense. And it's not easy to actually reconcile to the point that sustainability is going to be cheap. No, it's not going to be cheap. Which is where, I mean, when our Prime Minister spoke at Glasgow, he also talked that while India is committed, and I think one of the panelists also mentioned that India's position on all these points are there, very clearly articulated by our Honorable Prime Minister. But he also made one very clear point, that financing has to happen. It's not just the role of companies like or countries like India who are now responsible certainly for everything which is happening in the world. No, the people who were there 10 years ago, who were leading all these issues 10 or 20 or 30 years ago, need to actually foot the bill now. So which is where the development finance issue also comes into the picture, because a lot of these transitions, a lot of the point I think Mr. Satyakam was making about moving towards a zero carbon thing or whatever there is, needs support in terms of technology deployment, not only development, but deployment, as we can see. So probably, I mean, I just wanted to add to what these guys have said, and maybe we can move on.
Okay, thanks very much. I think your last point is actually kind of a really good segue to what I was going at. Like, I think this need for development finance, and because it relates to the point or the question really, that everyone seems to agree that sustainability is so important, and it has become the dominant narrative in all businesses, which is great. But if we look at the science, then we know that, well, we are very far away from where we need to be. And if we look at the ambition level, and I wanted to bring it there, like, so if we look, and India said, okay, we're going to try to be carbon neutral, whatever that means. Obviously, there's a lot of doubt about that by 2070. From an ecological perspective, that would be disastrous, based on what we know now. The UK has a much more ambitious goal, and of course, that's where Rolls-Royce originally is from. Germany has also set a bit more ambitious goals. Of course, there's a whole history that links to this development finance, as Mr. Mohit highlighted. But I wanted to ask this question in terms of, to what extent is your home country advantage, or your kind of the institutional environment that your organization stems from, does that influence your thinking about sustainability, how it should be tackled? And then of course, within the context of India, where you all are, at least I'm in Singapore, how different is it there from the home, let's say from the UK, from Germany? Just to maybe I'll start with Mr. Kishore on this question. Like, as a representative of Rolls-Royce, of course, originally a UK company, to what extent do you notice these kind of cultural differences and differences in sets of ambitions? Do they create conflict internally, or do you think also in this area, actually diversity is actually very beneficial?
Well, to start with, the home country can only do anything in the host country if the host country wants it, right? And I think that's the bottom line. And when we look at India, it is not like India has ever shied away from being sustainable. I mean, the growth rate of the solar energy utilization, the wind farms, I've been in the energy business for a long time before this. And when I looked at it, I think India first had the wind farm, then India first had the solar farm, and the prices were very high. Cost came down, and then they understood the capabilities increased. And so things started happening. But now this thing of setting a target, because like you rightly said, everybody says, great, sustainability is great, let's all go forward and let's all become sustainable tomorrow. And the bottom line to that one is the fact that before it used to be a thought and an idea. Today it is more in terms of how do we set goals and ambitions with target dates. But it has not been that India has not moved in that direction. They've moved, in fact, very aggressively and very fast. And I think UK definitely has great ambitions to do that. So between UK and India and our other countries like US and Germany, where we have major operations, I think those countries are also believers of it from a home country point of view. Host country likes it. And to me, that is the key to this whole equation. And I think India is a place where countries like UK, US, etc., can partner with and do things which will be beneficial for the planet.
Okay, and maybe I want to ask the question to Mr. Ear. You were mentioning before about projects in Bangalore. Like, how different is the institutional environment, and does it affect how you as an organization decide to run these projects? Like, do you have to have the same criteria that you have in India when you're doing a project in Bangalore? And to what extent is the institutional environment supportive of that, or do you make your life actually harder when you're saying we're going to impose these high standards, even in a country like Bangalore where they might not be enforced?
No, that's a good question. So I think, right. I think if you were to look at the overall climate, socially, politically, it's very positive towards sustainability and its goals. I don't think you can walk into a single country, perhaps today, where the government has, at least publicly, not committing to some kind of a sustainability goal. I think the challenge in a lot of emerging economies is the balance between economic growth and sustainability, because they look at it as a trade-off, not necessarily as a solution. And that causes what I call implementation challenges on the ground. So while the aspirations are very well set out, while the aspirations are admirable, to actually put the entire framework to make sure that it boils down and somebody who wants to invest money can go in and do it in a, I'd say, in a hassle-free way is a challenge. And I think each country has that. It's not unique necessarily to developing countries like India and Bangladesh. So you can walk around here and see you have different challenges here, right? Even though the government is very well committed, what you saw is, quote unquote, in the previous regime, there was a slightly different view to what renewable energy and sustainability should be. The new regime has a slightly different take on it. And so you're going to find these challenges everywhere. I suspect, and I believe actually more than suspect, that these challenges will be worked out as the world, I think, increasingly begins to realize that there is no alternative, right? Now we can talk about 2030, 2050, 2070. I think all of those are nice. I actually personally believe we'll get there a whole lot sooner because the economic argument is growing stronger, right? And the notion that this is a trade-off between sustainability and economic development of our people, and therefore I need to pick one versus the other. I think that trade-off will be solved pretty soon. That conundrum is, I think, a false one. But it's a real one from a political standpoint. And as technology begins to show that you can grow populations economically and socially and not disrupt their lifestyle and be sustainable, I think you're going to see this movement actually accelerate, potentially in an exponential way. So I think that's kind of my take on it in the context of the countries that we currently work and operate in.
Right. Simon, just maybe just to add a comment to that. First of all, I don't think ambition changes depending on which part of the world you come from. I think the ambition is there. I think the knowledge is there too. So I think nobody can shy away from the knowledge. I think one thing where maybe European countries or more developed countries have an advantage is that they have, I guess, have had a more consistent policy and a more consistent approach to, say, government, to, say, budgets. And I think what's encouraging around the last budget here in India is the fact that there's more consistency. And I think if there's consistency and support, it brings confidence from the corporate world to develop and move forward. Whereas if there's not that consistency, there's maybe a potential hesitation to invest and move forward because you're not sure what may come in the next kind of budget round. So consistency in a country's approach, I think, will give confidence to the corporations to drive forward at a faster pace.
I think it's a great point, and it's I mean, living in Singapore, where we of course have probably one of the most stable governments in the world that is elected, and think that countries like China and maybe also Singapore and maybe also India seem to be maybe more successful than countries like the US, where you have every 4 to 5 years you have a complete potential reversal of policy and of who's in power in Europe. You have all these democratic gridlocks that are constantly happening, and it's much harder to create a long-term policy when every 4 years suddenly a new wind blows away the old thinking or the previous thinking. So in Germany, of course, we recently had a shift in, at least in leader, the chancellor shifted. Has there been any change, Mr. Arya, that you see in terms of the interest in sustainability or the strategic focuses that are affecting data from the policy environment?
Absolutely not. I think Germany is also going very clear on the path towards sustainable mobility. And I think more and more companies like us are taking targets which are even more ambitious than what the country is taking. And personally for us here in India, like I said, we decided 2025 to be carbon neutral in our operations, that much before the country decides to do so. But we have definitely not seen any challenge coming due to that. In fact, that is even welcome from all the stakeholders in business. But there's one aspect which I want to touch upon, which so far has not been touched. Well, every country is deciding its own path in terms of timeline and also in terms of the technology it takes. And I'm talking about mobility right now. When it comes to mobility, the eventual solution is the same, whether it's electric or, like Mr. Iyer said, it's hydrogen also for CVs, right? But that's the eventual solution. But what do you do in between when you transition towards that? What's the bridging solution? So Europe decided to directly go there. But in India, we are seeing that gas or the blended fuels will also play a role when you transition towards that. So the challenge it throws up is, or the dynamics it throws up is, that companies like us, who are maybe a subsidiary of a global corporation which decided a way in their home market, have to choose different technologies while we carve out our way towards sustainability in our products. So I think that's one dynamic which is emerging, which makes us more independent to work on different technologies which the market needs. But this is something which we have to plan and work on.
Just one final comment. If I when we talk about sustainability and ESG, actually brings massive opportunity, and we shouldn't be on our back foots about it, because it has driven, I look at some of the examples here at Hero, significant innovation to actually deal with the transition that we've just been talking about, whether it be moving from a two-stroke to a four-stroke, whether it be moving to an idle stop in a system, moving to EVs, looking at our manufacturing processes in a smarter way. In fact, we just launched very recently our smart offices. It actually brings massive innovation. And I think that's the big encouragement we can get by promoting sustainability in a very positive mindset, which was said a little earlier.
Thank you. Mr. Mohit, do you want to have anything to add? Otherwise, I'm going to go to the last question.
Yeah, just a couple of quick points. And I think the geopolitical side or the geographical related issue is always there. And obviously, we all know that whatever, for example, is decided in Europe may or may not work immediately or on as is basis in India. So a lot of the decision making which has happened at the government level in terms of target setting, in terms of pushing the various policy framework, is more and more clearly demarcated to help India move forward. And that's perfectly fine. I mean, we can't actually say that what worked in Germany will work in India. Quickly on the point of hydrogen, and this is where I feel when we talk about transition and sustainability and moving towards possibly a net zero or a deep decarbonization thing. So even here we are seeing that while Europe, some countries have made commitments and targets, India has been moving steadily on this, how to make it happen. So when we talk about hydrogen, how to make it happen on the mobility side, how to make it happen on actually getting industries on board. So these are all part of the policy framework, which will definitely need to be in place. And when that is broken down at the company level for people like us, or maybe even Hero Future Energies are also probably in the same space as we are. So we will have to ensure, and we need to, and we have been giving our inputs, I'm sure other guys have also given, to see that not only these targets are set, but they're made accessible. And a lot of other work also, for example, NTPC has been doing on the sustainability side. And let me touch upon one example for one of the issues with renewable energy has been use of land and availability of land, because the amount of land required for setting up the large capacities is huge compared to any of the sources of power generation. So what we have done, in fact, we have actually commissioned floating solar power projects, which are the largest in the country. And the idea here is how we can make the entire process sustainable in terms of not actually taking over land from people and ensuring that people are not displaced and their livelihoods are not affected. The other last piece, probably I'll just touch upon, and maybe then I'll hand it over back to you, is the entire sustainability piece needs to keep in mind overall a just transition framework. Whether we are talking about any business whatsoever, whether it's like a power generation business we are in or a mobility business. So whatever we are doing in transition, we need to ensure that transition is just, is equitable, and no one is left behind. Over to you, Sam.
Thanks. I know that Mr. Kishore has to leave. Do you want to have any 10 seconds of final wisdom for the audience?
No.
No? Okay.
Nope. Only one thing. Apologies, I'm leaving a little early. I got a 4:30 I got to go to. But it's been a privilege being with you all. Thank you.
Nice meeting you.
Bye.
Thank you. So we have a very little amount of time left, and I basically want to get like maybe two of your take on a question that came from the audience. Where they're asking, so to what extent are like leaders in the organization now really considering the cost of inaction, right? When making these decisions, is this now when you're doing scenario planning and when do you collect data on what would happen if we don't take action on these things, and how does that guide your decisions and your strategies in the future?
if I may answer, well, frankly, we are approaching that stage, I would say, right? So when it comes to the board level, there is enough understanding of what needs to be done, and if not done, what are the consequences. Now it is slowly percolating down to the leadership and the next levels. So that's in process, because everyone in the company has to think about it, and then only it will become a common target for all of us to achieve. So I would say we are still some time away, but that's happening as we speak right now.
Yeah, just to maybe put a slight different, yes is the answer. We're looking for the cost implications of our journey, because we have to make sure that our business model is actually going to be produced and in a 5-year time frame. So our actions in terms of our targets, which we've actually got it clearly laid out, we are costing that. And certainly, like anything, we have an AOP, like everybody has an annual plan. So we're much more focused on the next year, but we're very much costing out the next 2 to 3 years. That's definitely in play.
You want to go?
Perhaps just a quick comment on that. I think I had mentioned something earlier about investment. I think investment by definition is a company's response to what might happen in the future. In other words, if I don't do anything, I could be invest in something for the future. So I think one thing we need to start seeing from companies is a greater focus on investments as it relates to the cost of inaction. The other is the cost of externalities, right? Which is, I think, equally important. And I don't think enough companies actually build that into their business case, because those are considered, quote unquote, from a dollar-wise free, right? It's not my problem. I'm not paying for it. Society at large might, the communities and social areas around might, but I'm not going to bake it into my business case, right? And I think that's changing now as well, where people are actually beginning to put explicitly, right, the cost of your operations into a business case, where they put it in monetary terms or non-monetary terms. So I think we are evolving in both of these dimensions.
So I just quickly want to wrap it up, Dr. Simon. I mean, as far as we are, so as far as we are concerned, actually, for us, it's kind of inevitable now. I really don't see that if we don't do it, I mean, that's not a question anymore. So when, for example, when we did our long-term plan and the sustainability plan, I mean, all these things are actually gelling together. So there's no option but to not do it. I mean, we actually cannot afford to, ignore this from any point of view. So I think it's for us, it's a done deal.
Interesting. Okay, I mean, we've gone 2 minutes over time, so I want to respect the break as well. I think you've got a 10-minute break, so I want to thank the panelists that are still here, and of course, Mr. Kishore had to leave early. I think he's running another panel now. Thank you so much for sharing your expertise and your ideas and your experience of decades of building and running companies with the audience here. It was absolutely my pleasure to moderate this session, and wish you all the best, and to a greener, more sociable, and more, and why not also a more profitable future.
Absolutely. Thanks, Simon, for running the show.
Well said.
Thank you, Simon.
Bye.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to all the panelists.
The next panel will start shortly, so please stay tuned.
Welcome back, everyone. Moving forward, we would like to welcome panel 2. Good afternoon to all the panelists and the moderator. I, Palak Tandon,
And I, Pankaj Pandey,
are excitedly looking forward to host you in this panel as student ambassadors from BML Munjal University. We are grateful to welcome you all for today's discussion on the topic, Developing Organizational Capabilities to Meet Sustainability Goals, Organizing for Sustainability. So we would now like to introduce you all to the panelists and the moderator. As a first panelist, we have with us Mr. Apurv Gupta, who is the Chief Transformation Officer and Chief Sustainability Officer for Hero MotoCorp, the world's #1 motorcycle and scooter company for 20 years in a row, responsible for leading the business transformation and ESG program, working closely with the executive leadership team to successfully deliver strategic short-term and long-term benefits, restructuring and growth towards achieving Hero MotoCorp's vision, be the future of mobility and a leader in ESG.
Our second panelist is Mr. Jeevan Mahadik, Senior Vice President Global HSE, Top Kettle Chemicals. Jeevan Mahadik is a professional with over 30 years of experience in QHSE and sustainability in operation and EPC projects in India and abroad, predominantly in the hydrocarbon sector.
Next, we have with us Mr. Panish Rao as our third panelist. He is the Global Head of Sustainability for Mindtree. He is a talented HR leader and mentor with an experience of 30+ years in human resources function globally across multiple countries and across manufacturing, consulting, IT, and BPO industries. He has been driving strategic HR initiatives to realize bottom line results and enhance employee engagement in pursuit of organizational objectives.
Our final panelist is Mr. Thakur Perwani, who is the head SHE and Sustainability, Dr. Reddy's Laboratories. Thakur Perwani is a young SHE and sustainability leader. With a career spanning almost 2 decades, he has established solid technical expertise by working in cross-industrial and multifaceted areas of ESG, sustainability, governance, safety, and health management. He founded the initiatives My Sustainability Index, My Safety Index, and My Health Index, which is now a leading benchmark and an established global safety standard. We have Dr. Ritu Chikara as the moderator of this panel. She is an associate professor of marketing and sustainability. She earned her PhD from Faculty of Management Studies, Delhi University, in the area of retailing in emerging economies. Her research interests are in the realms of brand management, consumer behavior, sustainable development, and sensory marketing. We warmly welcome each one of you to the panel, and now I would like to request our moderator, Dr. Ritu Chikara, to take it from here.
Thank you very much, Palak and Pankaj, for introductions. And I warmly welcome all the panelists to today's discussion. Really looking forward to a rich discussion today. To set the context, developing organizational capabilities to meet sustainability goals, organizing for sustainability, which is our second panel for today, pressures towards sustainability for every life on this planet are now reaching a tipping point. We all know that the visible challenges of ecological disbalance are presenting a crisis of unprecedented magnitude in near future. Businesses, being part of the society, utilize social forces like land, labor, capital, and technology to help to develop products and services that cater to the needs of the society. This helps the economy to move and civilizations to be built. While making profit drives them to innovate, simultaneously, they need to be mindful of the finite natural resources that they use to make profit. They have a huge responsibility towards environmental preservation and towards the society that they function in. The recent developments on sustainability have brought this discussion to a sharp focus, and organizations have started moving down this path. They are taking actions that are enabling them to turn sustainability from a risk into an opportunity. The three-pronged approach of looking ahead, looking inside, and looking around is important for businesses to consider. They can look ahead to understand how they can capture new growth opportunities. They can look inside and revisit their strategies and operations to move faster towards sustainable practices. Finally, they can look around for benchmarking best practices and leveraging favorable factors to creating competitive advantages for themselves in a sustainability-focused world. The pandemic, as we all know, has made radical progress on the consumer demand for environmentally friendly products. It's no surprise that the young people around the world are taking to street and demanding accountability from business leaders, industry captains, and policymakers. We have 4 fantastic business leaders with us today who are known for their interventions in sustainable business strategies. As organizations embrace sustainability, integrate into their people, process, and technologies, they face several challenges and also create immense opportunities. We will discuss this today and many more issues related to this topic and learn more on how to navigate from here to develop a sustainable business organization. So welcome again, dear panelists, today for this discussion. I have formatted our panel discussion such that each of our panelists would be presenting their introductory remarks on the topic and trying to restrict to maybe 4 and up to 5 minutes. We'll follow that with some Q&As and discussions, and then an intra-panel question and answer session if there are any comments or questions. And then finally, we can take if there are any audience questions. So we are keen to know how sustainability has emerged as a key focus for your industry. So if we may start with Mr. Thakur Perwani, we have chief sustainable officers such as yourself. Would you like to throw some light on how sustainability is a key part of the strategy for your organization and how you have strategized and planned for the near future?
Absolutely. Sustainability is something which we have practiced at Dr. Reddy's since 2004. And over a period of time, we have realized that how it is panning out. Like, we try to deep dive into it. Our investors, our shareholders, and all those people who are associated with us helped us in terms of defining the course of action in every 3 or 4 years. As we progress and do our own assessment or a deep dive around materiality assessment, when we reach out to our stakeholder, we keep changing our focus and try to bring new technology, new intervention to make sure that it is more meaningful. In last couple of years, looking at the traction where ESG is the new currency of sustainability, we made sure that we rejig and rebuild our ESG strategy or a framework and also integrate this into the business strategy. So we have reached out to internal and external stakeholder, more than 100 stakeholders. And this is their input. We are in the process to define new ESG goals, where these goals will be pan out in the form of short-term, medium-term, and long-term. When we talk about short-term, few of the goals will be focus towards achieving certain targets by FY27, medium term by FY30, and long term up to FY 2050. And we are making sure that end-to-end social and governance is also integrated, not only within the fence in the organization, but also in the entire value chain. So that's something which we are taking into consideration when we see how things are placed, how these different type of headwinds at economic level, at political level, or at a social level can really impact us. And in past, pandemic has given us a different perspective, and pharmaceutical came out emerging leader in terms of defining the course of it. And digitalization and Industry 4.0 is also one of the aspects which actually helped us in terms of defining everything. So the current context of pandemic, digitalization, stakeholder engagement is helping us building a strong ESG strategy and a framework for the organization. That's something which I would like to state. Thank you.
Sure, I think that's great. The short term, the medium term, and the long term plan that you talked about really looks very encouraging. Thank you. Moving to Mr. Jeevan Mahadik, if I may ask you, talking about best practices, how is your organization preparing for the climate change and to meet the sustainable development goals? And do you see some business best practices emerging which may really be benchmarked by other organizations?
Thank you, madam, and thank you, the organizers, for giving me this opportunity. I think I've been going through the first session and all the opening remarks. I think it has been a great place to participate. Thank you, everybody, for this opportunity. See, we are in a chemical industry. Dow Kettle is an Indian multinational which is having basically plants in India and outside India, basically in South America and North America. And we have our operations across the globe, almost all the countries and key customers in hydrocarbon. So chemical industry, you can say, is the building block for a sustainable society. It has a lot of responsibility for a sustainable society. Since if you see, right from medicines and vitamins to insulation material and batteries, 96% of all manufactured goods rely on chemistry. So even recently, if you see the COVID-19 events also, all the products, whether it's ingredients or hand surface infectants or the PPE, or if you say the life-saving equipment, which are medical devices or cleaning products, chemicals, it's all derived from chemistry, chemical industry. So we have a huge onus of building a sustainable society. So on our part, we are focusing on mainly circularity, resource efficiency, reduction of environmental emissions under a zero pollution agenda, and besides the important aspects of chemicals safety and societal concern, because we are handling very highly hazardous chemicals, hazardous and flammable. So these are our focus area. We have our best practices. We are focusing on 4 or rather 5 key areas. Foremost is the innovation, because we have to innovate and innovate and innovate for making more efficient products and more less consuming energy, less water consuming. So that is our focus. We have a very strong R&D network in India and outside India also. And we are trying to develop new products which are more energy efficient and more environment friendly. You deserve that we already have more than 300 patents in our name, and including 50 US patents. So that is one focus on innovation. Second, definitely because we are handling chemicals, so it's a focus on environmental sustainability. That's our key priority. We are committed to implement REACH. REACH, I think you must be knowing, it's a European regulation, and basically it's an acronym for registration, evaluation, authorization, and restriction of chemicals. It's a very harsh and very stringent European guidelines for providing a very high level of protection, both human health and environment from use of chemicals. So our products, basically, we are complying to all those requirements, and our product innovations are directly focused on improving operational efficiencies and also reducing carbon footprint. So basically, and one more thing is, because our products basically are used by major customers. So it's not only for us. We are improving our own sustainability and also the sustainability of the customers. So like our majority of the oil and gas companies globe, they are our customers. So we also have a zero liquid discharge from all our plants. And towards improving sustainability, we have recently developed our own in-house products, two products we can call it. One is Milex and one is MPH, which we improve the efficiency of fuel in 10%, at least 10% fuel efficiency. It gives a result, and it's a the product is available in Amazon also, and it's already tested and certified globally, and it's in use by most of the customers. Our third focus is safety systems. As I said, because we are handling highly hazardous and flammable chemicals, so that's very, very important for us to be very stringent on safety. As I said, we already comply with REACH, and second thing, we are also certified by Responsible Care, which is again American Chemical Association's system of certifying the safety compliance. And we are compliant, we are certified by them as Responsible Care. So we focus there on process safety, employees' health and safety, pollution prevention, emergency response, distribution, product safety and stewardship, and also security code. In case of safety, our total employees, right from top to bottom, we have dedicated KPIs, and our KPIs are linked to the compensation. So you can say everybody has a commitment towards safety. A fourth focus area definitely is the CSR. We as a corporate, responsible corporate citizen, we have to give back to the society, and it's our duty. We have a tie with the NGOs, and we have various programs which basically features from performing arts and propagating its benefits to promoting women empowerment through various supporting various programs. And so far, we have already reached the beneficiaries number to almost 50,000. And last but not the least is our sustainable supply chain. As we know, our products are moving from one place to other. Not only product, the raw material also comes from various places across the globe, and our products go across the globe. So we have to ensure that our supply chain also is equally sustainable, and we are trying to develop our supply chain into a good sustainable company. So I think these are our key areas. We have a lot of practices. We have focusing. We have targets in each of these, and we have a strong monitoring mechanism of monitoring these standards. And so far, we are able to meet our guidelines, and definitely we'll meet the global standards and what our Prime Minister has committed to zero emission by 2070. So we're confident of that. Thank you.
Great, great. So I think that's quite a comprehensive understanding that you've given about your organizational goals and sustainability goals, including innovation, safety, CSR, and others. So that is wonderful. And in fact, I was going to talk a little more about logistics later. So you already brought in that point. Thank you for that. Great. So let's now move to Hero MotoCorp. So Apurv, I would request your thoughts on Hero's sustainability strategy, and what does the transition look like for you with the automobile making the big leap anyways from ICE to EVs and all that. So we hear and read a lot about you all the time, everywhere. So I think it'll be nice if you can throw some light on Hero MotoCorp strategy and sustainability. Thank you.
Absolutely. So first of all, a warm welcome to all the audience and warm welcome to all the panelists as well. At Hero, we see sustainability as a clear competitive advantage versus our key competition. And more, the consumers and our investors are demanding that they will support brands and products which they clearly see as sustainable, and companies which are really making a significant change towards preservation of the climate. As you probably are aware, in the recent IPCC report, it's forecasted that we could probably reach the 1.5 degree scenario by 2040 itself, which is not very far away. We can already see the signs: floods, changes in weathers, heats, colds, melting glaciers. So more and more our consumers are becoming very, very aware of the need to preserve the environment, and businesses have to do it. In the recent COP26 summit, the governments, a lot of them have actually come and declared net zero ambition targets, and more governments will be kind of requested to do the same in the COP26 summit. This is only possible if corporates also play their very, very significant role in helping achieve sustainable targets and coming to net zero. We at Hero MotoCorp have done a lot around pollution. For those of you who are living in Delhi, all of you are very aware that pollution is a significant issue for us, and not just in Delhi, but if you look at any city, major city around the world, be it Beijing, London, you look at Korea, anywhere in the world, you'll see pollution as becoming a more and more prominent issue. We in Hero, coming from the two-wheeler industry, have been developing highly fuel efficient mobility solutions from the very start. Many years ago, we introduced the 4-stroke engine, which gives almost 60% higher efficiency in terms of fuel. We've been the first ones to promote models with BS6 regulations. We've got technologies like the I3S, which is idle start stop system, which makes our product lesser polluting and more environment friendly. And we've got a bunch of technologies we are using in-house as well to drive sustainability. In our manufacturing facilities, we have already achieved 100% water positivity, but we're not stopping there. We went from 100% to 350%. Now we are aspiring to 500% water positivity by 2025. We are aspiring to become 100% carbon neutral in our operations. We are aspiring to become 100% zero waste to landfill by 2025. And that's just on the environmental side. Like my esteemed panelists have talked earlier, there is also the social sustainability part. Large part of it is diversity and inclusion. And we are looking at stretching goals towards gender diversity, making sure our products are fully recyclable, making sure that we also address our scope 3 emissions, which is making sure our suppliers and our distributors are also taking playing their fair share in becoming sustainable and helping us then in turn become sustainable. On the CSR front, we've done a lot of work. We have provided a lot of disaster relief during floods. During the COVID pandemic, we developed a motorcycle ambulance for places, remote villages where cars and regular ambulances are not so easy to reach. We've recently provided vehicles, specially designed vehicles for our war veterans. We do a lot of tree plantation. We've adopted a lot of parks and forests to make sure that we provide fresh air and we provide carbon sinks to all the emissions. So these are just some of the things we are doing, and across the whole industry, you will find companies producing more and more sustainable products, eliminating plastics, moving to paper-based containers, looking at refilling instead of buying new bottles all the time. So we are very much part of that whole journey, and we are very, very committed, very strongly to making sure that we are responsible social citizens and all our partners are with us along in that journey. Thank you.
I think that's really great. You've brought in a lot of aspects of sustainability, not just the environmental, but social, including gender diversity, which is one of was my favorite areas, and a lot of other things from the fuel efficient engine. So talking about technology to water preservation, social, and all others. So of course, I think Heroes on to building a competitive strategy. This point may be taken up by other panelists as well, but I think before we come back to this, I would like to ask Mr. Panish Rao, welcome to the panel. And I would like to hear from you how you see corporate India preparing for 2030 being called the decade of action. Is your organization ready for it? And if I may ask you, what can other organizations learn from yours?
Thank you. And thank you for having me on the panel. Greetings to everybody. I think, our life in the IT industry is a little better than the lives of the three panelists on this discussion. ESG is becoming a primary agenda for many companies globally. And to the best of my knowledge, close to 5,200 plus corporates have signed up for the net zero commitment. It's a critical dimension across the stakeholders for any company. More than 60% plus millennials are expecting their job to have a social impact. 50% plus investors are linking ESG to their investment strategy. Sustainability simply has to become embedded into companies' vision and strategy now. Having said that, Mindtree has always been strongly focused on ESG. It's been core to our operating model and will continue to be so in the future too. That's why we have created the Office of Sustainability for that focus. We have put a strong ambition in place to improve across ESG dimensions. In the E pillar, aspirations on water neutrality and carbon neutrality, no waste to landfill, has become part of our promise. On the S pillar, impact multi-million lives through our community initiatives, own strong targets on diversity in workforce, and on the G pillar, bringing in ESG elements in how we measure seniors' performance as well as our board members' performance, and performance incentive linked to the ESG goals will be part of our everyday work now. So that's what we have planned to do. I am unable to share the targets that we have set, and they are targets for 2025 and 2030. We want to achieve all our promises by 2030. And it's easy for us compared to other colleagues on this panel because the kind of business or the industry that we belong to, I don't think we have the kind of waste that pharma company would generate and the kind of treatment and the plants that they will have to set up to take care of those waste management. So therefore, you know, our targets are a little easy, but we hope to do them all by 2030. Thank you.
Sure, great. So if I may ask you, as you said that, you know, it's easier for your industry to do this, but do you think it's also some sort of a responsibility and a little pressure as compared to other industries to maybe take this up more rigorously as you are, as it's easier for you, considering the risks are less? So would you take up that responsibility as an industry and then as an organization? And coming from my last question, which I asked Apoorv about competitive strategy, I think that fits well here for you. If you can tell us how this can then become a competitive strategy for your organization.
Sure. So, you know, first thing first is, you know, I think we got to make a very responsible and reasonable promise in the space of ESG. And I think we should make a promise that we are going to fulfill and not a blank promise that we're not going to fulfill. Therefore, you know, I did say that we have set ourselves targets of being carbon neutral or, you know, 100% waste recycling and water neutral by 2030. Like many other industries, we could have set 2015 and aligned ourselves with 2070 of the country's goal to be carbon neutral. But I think, you know, because we can do it faster, we can do it earlier. We have taken that aggressive target of being neutral by 2030. And apart from this, we are also taking the responsibility of not just doing what we need to do as an organization, as a company, but we are also saying that we will make sure that our employees do what we do as an organization individually at their homes. So I think there's going to be a multiple effect of what one is taking up as a target so that, you know, we and our 35,000 employees plus as of today will do the needful and make this a healthier world. Did I answer that?
Yes, 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 to a very, very large extent. Thank you for that. Mr. Thakur, would you like to also talk a little bit about the competitive strategy part? I especially wanted to hear from you also.
Yeah, absolutely. This is very important and vital. If you see from the positioning point of view, we consider S&P Global as one of the benchmark where we try to map our performance with others. And in Indian context, I would say our competition is with us only, because there's no other pharmaceutical company which is taking the initiatives which we have taken so far in ESG spectrum. So we are trying to map at a global level with all pharmaceutical global companies to see what good and how they are placed, how good and how they are placed in the benchmark. And at the same time, when we collaborate with them on various aspects, how it is going to give us a better positioning. So we strongly believe that it's not only about competition, it's about your competitor can be your collaborative partner, how we can join hand with them. Because we are coming from an industry which is linked to the society. Because my competitor and us, whatever we do, end of the day, it is going to save lives. Pharmaceuticals' main objective is to work for society and give a good health. And that's where our credo is good health can't wait. So we consider our competitor as our partners. And we consider them as a partner in the journey where we can learn from each other, excel in the direction where we can, understand each other's spectrum and shamelessly copy paste certain good practices which we can really implement over a period of. It's an external perspective as a investor or as assessor, how they rate us. So trust me, whenever we are building our strategy, we don't call it as a competitive advantage. We consider this as within the pharmaceutical domain, how jointly we can join hand to expand our reach, make medicine affordable and accessible to the larger population in India and outside India. So this is how our objective around ESG is placed. And that's where you will see that the newest ESG framework, which is we are going to roll out in next 3 months' time, it's going to be the very unique, and it has a value proposition of many other pharmaceutical companies who are at a global level. So what I'm trying to say, it's not something which is filtered. It's not something which is we can do it. We're trying to take a bold goals, which people will laugh at us by stating why you have taken these goals and in this much number. At any given point of time, as I look back and see the value proposition which we have given it for the approval at a board level, at any given point of a time, we will be working around 70 to 75 ESG goals at a time. So it's not something around 4 environmental goals or 2 social goals. We are covering end-to-end spectrum in sustainability when it comes to the social, right from patients to our partners in the value chain. We are talking about being a customer if we supply medicine to any pharmaceutical company, to collaboration with the university at academic level or technology partner who can help us in this journey to make our drug accessible and affordable. So that's something which is our perspective when it comes to competition or how better we want to place ourselves in this entire jargon around capitalism as well as competition.
Great, great. I think you very well steered the thing to a very new dimension where you talk about, doing it together and achieving bigger and bolder goals together, which maybe cannot be achieved individually. So that's really great. And I think my thought for my next question comes from there only, where I would like to hear from some of you, since in this panel, we are talking about capabilities, organizational capabilities. So I would like to hear from you when we talk of capability from a people's perspective. You're talking about doing things jointly, and we also talk about just transition to sustainability. This term being everywhere. So how do you integrate this new and so very important, or I must say, cannot be ignored concept across your entire workforce, from hiring till people get hired to till they leave the organization, or even other stakeholders? How do you really encapsulate the whole people perspective, and how do you drive them together? Maybe from some of you. Would you like to start again, or?
Sure, why not? So see, it's very important to understand that people run the business, and people are most important and vital element or the pillar in the organization. So it's very important that whatever we do at a strategy level, sustainability or ESG should not be the boardroom agenda. It has to reach to the ground level, and everyone should talk about it and contribute in this journey and feel pride over a period of time. Take pride of it. So our objective, which we have taken into account since long back, is to, when we hire people, we integrate the ESG element or sustainability element in the hiring, at a hiring space. Like, we hire people with that mindset. We hire people who know this subject and contribute in the journey. We give them a right amount of training, and capability is the lever which we would like to leverage in a very effective manner. Once they join, we have started 1.5 years back a program called Sustainability Ambassador Program. So objective of Sustainability Ambassador Program is to make people ambassador in this journey by giving them training, coaching, make them as a master trainer in various thematic areas. So far, we have chosen 6 thematic areas where employee can contribute if they see that it is my life's calling and very much connected to my thought process and I can really add some value to it. They enroll, sign up, and after that we give them training and certification. And then once they become a master trainer, they take this journey and train other people wherever they work, irrespective of which function they belong to, which territory or which continent they belong to. Now, the topics which we have taken into account, because these are immediate burning need, and because climate risk is the top 4 risk out of 5 as per World Economic Council. So we have taken topics like in water, waste, energy, road safety, women's safety, and health. So these are some of the 6 vibrant topics which we have picked up. Today morning itself, when I was talking to my CHRO, we had a brainstorming how we can expand the 6 to 12. So that once this model mature and we find there are ambassadors who are training. So in last 1.5 years, we have seen the success where 450 ambassadors trained 16,000 employees on these 6 dimensions. Now we are going to add dimension of community, volunteering, dimensions of supply chain, supplier sustainability. So all these things will get hooked under the umbrella of sustainability ambassador program. And I see this is getting traction, and each of these ambassadors feel pride that I'm contributing into the journey. So it's like more and more people are talking about it. So it's not something which is up to a level of top leaders only use this jargon among the inside or outside, whenever and wherever they want. So this is the outcome of our belief that people are important pillar, and how we can leverage people to be a lighthouse and spread the knowledge across about all these relevant topics.
Sure, great. Jeevanji, would you like to throw some light on how you are, inculcating it into your workforce at your organization? Any initiatives that you would like to talk about?
Yeah, as I said, I think as all the panel members saying, I think sustainability now is a strategic priority for everybody, and leadership need to ensure that they have to embed sustainability into company strategy, all the processes, then the scale of the sustainable business practice through full transformation. I think there are 4 main things how you organize sustainability for to succeed. So first thing, I think you need to design according to sustainability topics, not the overall sustainability, because if you see sustainability, there are a lot of things. There are many areas which you can follow, but you need to conduct a materiality assessment to develop, in fact, the double materiality concept. And you have to identify what are your priorities, what are the priority topics. Instead of going all the sustainability thing, you need to focus like green hydrogen or operational decarbonization. You have to focus on what you need to do, not spread everywhere. Second, then you need to have a strong central sustainability team. You need to organize yourself. You need to have a central. There are different models. There are different structures. You can have a very strong sustainability team, and they take everything into their control and hand, or you can have a very lean sustainability team, and you depend more on the you can say the teams, the other models, other teams in your organization. You have to select what is best for you. But you need to have a lean sustainability team which takes the decisions and which prioritizes what needs to be done and take all the decision making is done. And then you find a structure which best suits your organization. There is no single right answer. So it can be very, very different. You can have a small and lean central team and with a lot of support function, or you can distribute all the resources in all the BUs and then you can implement your sustainability strategy. Both models have their own plus and minus. Both have positives, both have negatives. But there has to be one central sustainability team which take the decision, which in fact has a good rapport with the board level and strategize everything. And then the last but not the least, you have to prioritize the design of the processes and governance rather than just on the reporting line. Because a lot of times you can see people are more focused on reporting of sustainable reports and all. But instead of that, you have to focus on improving the elements like performance management, business processes, culture in the organization. So you have to have effective sustainability processes and governance, which improves your sustainability. And then you can have specific metrics like measurable smart targets, and you can have a good incentives, incentivize the targets. So this is what I think main thing you need to have. You need to have a good structure, and if you have a well-designed sustainability organization, it will definitely give you result and a long-term benefits.
Sure, I think right, like Mr. Firwani mentioned about the sustainability ambassador program, and then measuring this deliverable through a metric that Jeevan spoke about. I think that's really commendable stuff happening. The next thing which I would like to talk about, not to forget the important thing, is technology, right? So unless we have proactive and rigorous technology integration, we may really not reach where we want to reach. In fact, some people believe that industry achieving sustainability is an empty promise. But definitely there are some industry leaders, a lot of them, who have shown that this is possible. So I would like to ask Apurv and then also Panish how you have steered technology towards sustainability. What kind of disruption or integration are we looking at from your organizational perspective? Also, if you would, especially Panish, like to talk about any specific technologies that you're working on and that are creating the big change. So maybe Apurv, and then if it's okay.
Absolutely. So thanks for that opportunity. So Hero MotoCorp is a technological product-driven company. We make two-wheelers, and we are very proudly the world's largest manufacturer of scooters and motorcycles, and have been for the last 20 years. We've declared a vision that we want to be the future of mobility, and that means that we are really relying on technology and innovation to meet the future mobility needs of the consumers. And one of the things which we are starting out with is electric vehicles. So we've already announced that we intend to come out with some industry leading products very soon. And then we will continue to build on top of those products and continue to innovate. So as some of you may have seen, Singapore, for example, has just announced that in 2024, they're going to start helicopter taxis. There's a company called Voliport. Dubai has already announced that the police force is going to start using drone motorcycles. So this is where technology is really taking huge leaps. These are called leapfrog evolutions in technology, where we're really looking at products which can be benchmark products in terms of providing environmental sustainability, providing social sustainability in terms of unleashing the unmet needs of the consumer and creating solutions which provide more freedom of expression, freedom of movement, and freedom of choice to consumers. We are moving towards more and more individualized and personalized products as we move forward. So technology to me is a key enabler in our whole product portfolio, and also like many of my esteemed panelists have already mentioned, to meet the net zero ambitions which governments are putting forth and industries are putting forth. There should be a lot of innovation and technological advancement which needs to happen in terms of energy, be it solar, wind. Indian government is really promoting hydrogen-based economy. Then when we look at things like soil conservation, we look at meeting the agricultural needs of the nation, we look at water conservation. A lot of these technologies are there still in a very initial stage of development, and a lot of them are unaffordable today. And if we really want to make a significant change on ESG, we have to continue innovating, and we have to continue evolving these technologies, and we have to, more importantly, make them affordable so that corporates can adopt them, the consumers can adopt them, the governments can adopt them, and then together we can address the climate change issues. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Panish.
Sure, thank you. So let me take your question before, and the question on technology of the first question was of involving employees in the journey of ESG, and the second question was deploying technology. So I'll try and combine the two. So like I said before, I think more than 60% of the millennials expect their job to have a social impact, right? So it's very important to involve them in our journey, otherwise they will not see a purpose. We have taken a target where we have put a number and said that, you know, of the total revenue, a percentage of our revenue will be technology projects that will help our clients meet their ESG goals, right? So that is in a way supporting technology, not just for ourselves, but for our clients too. And when it comes to people, let's divide them into two. One is people inside and people outside. And when I say people outside, it means to talk about, you know, all the community development work that we do, and people inside is people who are employed with Mindtree. And people outside, we have taken up projects to impact people in the areas of health, in the areas of skilling, in the areas of education, and sports for people with disability. We support people with disability who have aspirations to become sportsmen or sportswomen, and, you know, who are sometimes wheelchair bound, or they have some other deficiency, etc., etc. And all of these could be resolved with some technology or the other to support their ambition. In health, we have designed hearing aids, which are much cheaper than what you get in the market, and we supply them. In skilling, we use digital technology to skill people. In education too, we have built lots of digital classrooms, which enables people to attend schools, attend classrooms, and get themselves educated. There was a drive very recently during the pandemic in the company when we gave our refurbished computers to the domestic help of our employees. You know, whether it was a cook or a maid or a driver or whoever it be, even a dhobi for that matter, if he or she had a child and was going through an online class and didn't have the right technological support, we refurbished our computers and gave it along with the UPS, because we do know that they have interrupted electric supply. So that is on that side. On the individual contribution in our ESG journey, I would say renewable energy. We have encouraged our employees to use solar panels, just like we do in our organization, to reduce the carbon print. We have given composting machines, or we have large machines within the premise of the company where we compost, and we have given the manure to our employees to use them in their gardens. We recycle water. We have encouraged our employees to use recycled water, at least in landscaping and purposes like that. We have close to 2,000 plus volunteers who have volunteered in good time, and I will take the exception of the COVID period when we had less volunteering because we were all working remotely and people were not stepping out. So I guess, you know, technology does play a role in our business, in people management, as well as, you know, in community development. And we have deployed technology in every which way, wherever possible, whether it is in healthcare or it's in education or it's in skilling or it's in sports for people with disability, and our clients also in a way, and to our employees, of course. So that's what I would say. Thank you.
Great. That's commendable work done by Mindtree. I think, in the tough times. So congratulate you on that, and also the others for the work that they have done. Well, we are talking a lot, here that we have done and we have been doing. Of course, we are on a journey, and Indian companies have now started focusing more on sustainability. A lot of companies can be benchmarked for their efforts. But somehow, in the international ranking in sustainability and related rankings, like corporate responsibility ranking, ethical companies ranking, we are trying to move there, but we are still not there, with Indian companies really not being there too many, right? So we are making our efforts, but I would still like to hear from some of you how we can be there, and what are we really targeting? Is that an agenda? Is that on our roadmap? So some of you, and this is open for discussion, so anybody, if you would like to maybe start on that.
If I may start this
Sure.
on this particular point, I think there's enough and a lot being done in India too. It's just that probably we are missing the benchmarking, and I will tell you, this is just a two years odd record that I'm presenting to you. We didn't know this before, but we got this. We got a CDP A rating. We got a silver rating from EcoVadis. We got a MSCI rating of AA. We got a CRISIL rating. We got a IIFL rating. We became a great place to work. We got a ESG India Leadership Award by Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. We got a award for diversity and inclusion from Business World. So I guess it's a question of benchmarking. And once you dare to benchmark, you will know where you are. And some of these ratings that I talked about, we are in the top 5% of the world. We are in top 10% of the world, so on and so forth. So I guess it's taking that opportunity to benchmark, be transparent with data, share the data as they are without any inhibition or fear of whether I will look good or bad in the world ranking. I think, is the starting process of where we are. But I will tell you that from my experience of having worked in 3-4 different companies before, and also having interacted with colleagues in other corporates, lots of companies are doing lots of things. It's just that we as a country probably, many things that we do is like a drop in the ocean, but don't stop dropping the drop, because, that's what is going to make the ocean ultimately, because if not us, for generations to come, it's surely going to make an impact in India.
Great. I think that's very, very encouraging. Anybody would like to also talk on that, the rankings and how to be there? Where are we?
Yeah, I think I agree with Mr. Panish. I think I also been part of both Indian companies and the multinationals. I've worked in US multinational and Australian multinational. But I personally feel what many of the companies where I work in Indian companies, they're doing quite a lot, and they are quite far ahead in terms, not only the initiatives and also the transparent reporting. And the reports are assured, and they're doing a lot. Yeah, it may be a perception. I think it may be a perception that we are not, but I can name many companies in India which are doing great. A lot of initiatives and great work in sustainability, both the efforts and also the reporting.
And if I may add, for example, if you were to take diversity and inclusion, and if you were to take, people with disability, or if you were to take gender, or you were to take LGBTQ, I think, India is just opening up to many of these things. And I'm very proud to say that from none having disclosed their sexual orientation in our organization, today we have 20 plus people who have disclosed their sexual orientation. Now, reason being, I think, it was a hard work in the last 2-3 years of telling people how an equal opportunity employer we are, and, don't live in that frustration, but come out in open so that you start living freely, and support them with the right policies and procedures. Because people would want to see that if I did disclose, what is there in it for me? Am I going to get into a shame, or am I going to be talked about, or am I going to be supported? And I think, it's only after some time and doing many of the things that I talked about, including, some focus groups, including forums or resource groups, as we call it. And right from the top, people, supporting the cause. I think, it will happen, and it's happening. And if I may take this opportunity to say, I think, we in India, I think, have least of the discrimination compared to many other countries. While others talk, we may not be talking so much, but I think we are more friendlier than many people from other countries.
So on a more positive note,
yeah, sure, please.
Yeah, on a more positive note, let me talk about Hero MotoCorp, which is very proud of the rankings we've achieved on several indices. So we are the only motorcycle and scooter company in the world to be on the Dow Jones Sustainability Emerging Markets Index. And we've proudly held that position both in 2020 and 2021. We are also globally the #1 motorcycle and scooter company as part of Sustainalytics. And we are actually #2 in the automotive category in that. And we've held these rankings again in 2020 and 2021. And very proud to say that we are the only R&D facility across all industries in India to achieve CII's Green Crow Platinum rating for our CIT facility, which is again a world-leading research facility for two-wheelers. So there are a lot of examples of Indian corporates and Indian multinationals really achieving significant rankings. And I'm very proud to share that, Hero is setting the standard and leading the way.
Right. Congratulations on that. Great to know. Thanks for sharing. Well, my next question would be for Mr. Thakur. I have been thinking, we're talking about sustainability, and, the bigger companies talk more about it. So big corporates, may, for example, ignore short-term profit. And that is what is said about sustainability, that, you need to ignore the short-term profits and look at long-term sustainable returns. But medium and even small size companies may not be able to afford to do so, even if they want to. So, and interestingly, medium and small employ the highest number of people in the country. So if they're not able to, imbibe those strategies and become sustainable, how will that impact the bigger corporations? And what would be your suggestions for the smaller ones to, make contribution and take up that path, considering, foregoing the short-term profits for a longer-term benefit from that perspective, from a more strategic perspective, per se?
So Dr. Ritu, I see multiple questions in one question. Okay, I'll try to attempt to answer it in a very structured manner. I can talk about it for a couple of hours, but I have a limitation of time. But I'll explain you in this way. Or I would say like small cap industries and the medium cap industries can be divided into two categories. One category which is associated with my business or business like Hero MotoCorp or Mindtree or any chemical industry. So that's one category who are relying on a larger corporate. Their value chain is associated with it. We call it upstream suppliers, then we call it downstream distributors, right? They are also industries. So that is one set of group of companies. Then there is a second group of companies who are running their business solo. They're like their bread and butter is coming. This is their own business or their own value proposition, which they give it in the market. Okay. Now, for the first category of companies, it's like a pull. So if one large company is moving up, it's their responsibility to pull these small companies also along with them. And you will see in next couple of years, and already we have seen that traction building, that I cannot be successful unless my value chain is also successful. It should be a win-win proposition. And that's where companies are putting a lot of effort in terms of choosing those people who have a similar mindset, or they are going to make investment into those companies to make their business sustainable and business continuity always should be in that manner, so that they also align their goals along with that. Whomsoever achieve the EcoVadis rating, they know that they are also part of the supplier for some other company, right? So this is one of the indices which define that if I have to achieve some benchmark, I need to take my value chain also up. So in India, if you pick up top 100 corporates who are working in sustainability, each corporate has at least 50 to 60 suppliers who are attached to them, or small to medium companies attached to them. So it means these 600 companies or 6,000 companies will automatically get uplifted. You need not to do anything, because the environmental forces will make this happen. And you have to knowingly, not knowingly, willingly, not willingly make an investment into it. And automatically they will align their goals. Now, next set of people who are not aligning their sustainability goal in this journey, they will have to realize today or tomorrow that they will no more be required or will be in the game of success or growth if they don't adopt ESG strategy, because they are running behind the profits. Profits may be a short-term profit, but over a period of time, they will vanish, because the other competitors will take an advantage basis if they are setting some ESG strategy or ESG goal or certain activities around greening their operations. If they opt for it, they will be the favorites among among society, among other business leaders for business collaborations, and to sustain over a period of time. So right now in India, environmental forces in a value chain are conducive only limited to the category 1 set of small and medium category companies. But it is going to take at least 5 years to 10 years down the line to build that ecosystem where everyone have to realize that they have to forego some level of a profit to build a sustainable value chain or business strategy over a period of time. So it may take some time. People may board this bus, but we have to wait for some time.
If I can add to what Thakur said, the choice that you have to make is, let go of a little profit now, or be out of business in the near future. And, I'm privy to several situations where some of our clients have said, to renew a contract with you, we would like to see your ESG plan in progress. Some of them, the new clients are saying, even to become eligible to participate in the bid, show us your ESG plan in progress. The existing clients are saying, we would like to audit your plan in progress. So this is becoming part of doing business. So the choice is yours, whether you want to make less profit now or be out of business soon.
Definitely. I think that sensitization is really required. So yeah, so I have a few more questions, and there are also audience questions here, but I think maybe we don't have that much time. So if I may take another 2-3 minutes, I would, coming from the academia, I think I would like to ask, what is the importance of industry academia partnership in our journey towards sustainability? What kinds of partnerships, for R&D, for research, are we looking at? Do you even think about, and do you think it is a good idea for us to collaborate? And is that a prospect for your organization or organizations around? Is something that I would like to know from you. Anybody, who may be happy to take that.
So I think the first thing first is, multiple research opportunities to further advance the cause of ESG with a very strong focus on green technology. The second one would be sustainability with strong, will be strongly embedded in the academic curriculum, with industry leaders sharing their experience with students and prepare them for the next gen of workforce. And thirdly, I would say, given that there's very limited awareness of ESG amongst the employees, multiple companies will enroll their employees to specialize corporate training programs focused on ESG with the academia.
Yeah, just to add to that, I think like Thakur mentioned earlier, about the sustainability brand ambassadors. I think that's where the academy actually plays the first stepping stone, right? To create courses and create training materials where people can actually get trained in sustainability at the time when they're about to enter corporate life and where they're about to become business leaders. Academic institutions are also very good innovation hubs. They are also the incubators of startups, and they can provide a very vital connection with the corporate world, with governments, influencing the right policies, connecting with financial institutions and investment community to provide funding, and then really encourage the whole ecosystem of investment on sustainable technologies and development of affordable technologies to enable corporates and governments to meet their net zero ambitions.
I think
Just add one more input here,
please.
Dr. Ritu, because this is a very important question. We always see this collaboration as a one-way collaboration. I see this as a two-way collaboration. What you bring on the table and what you can take it back from the table. So I see academic bring a lot of research and help us solving real life issues what we face in industry. Where you can do some research, your young talent and mind can contribute into it. And what you can take away is consider certain issues and the challenges which are live, which can reoccur in any other industry. Consider this as a case study, converge that learning into a live scenarios, teach students about it, what is happening and how it can be solved, and reject your entire course curriculum.
Yeah, I can also add
definitely.
the same. I think what the other panelists said is right, because being a chemical industry, I can say that it's definitely the chemical industry will benefit more if the research institute. There are a lot of prestigious institutes in India which have a lot of research work, especially in chemicals and all, which can develop more efficient, more fuel efficient, and more great, which can be brought into practice and which can be implemented in the chemical industries. So that is one thing. And second thing, I think I considered what Mr. Apur also said at part of curriculum. I think if you, I'll just compare it to safety. I think earlier there were no safety courses in any of the colleges. I think people used to come out from colleges and then get into RLI and CLI, get specialized courses and then become safety. But now you find many of the institutes, many universities have started specific courses on safety right in the graduate level. Like I can see at least 5 to 6 reputed institutes in India which have full-time courses in safety. I think similarly, sustainability also can be one topic where specialized courses can be conducted. And when they enter the organizations, when they enter for work, they are already into it. They already know what is sustainability.
Right. I think I've noted down those points as agendas, and you can look forward to hearing from BML Munjal University proposals on industry academic collaborations very soon. So thank you for the points. I have tried to cover some points which are part of the Q&A which have been mentioned here. Somebody wants to ask about should there be mandatory buyback policies for manufacturing companies, including those in fashion, shoe, plastic, metals? Maybe last question, somebody would like to answer that.
I think for plastic, it's already there in the form of EPR. When it comes to some of the highly polluting or hard to abatement industry products, for that, we have to create an ecosystem or a value chain around this, which is how you can integrate and backward integrate. Because end of the day, we all are here and exist because everyone need to earn some money, still remain profitable, but remain responsible for environment as well as society. Till the time there is a conducive environment by government around certain policies, and also society join hand together like a PPP model, we can't be successful in any of the strategy. It will be just a bookish thing. So if we have to do that, let's learn from Europe how they are progressing in that direction. So the good part is that if anything is getting experimented in one continent, it translates into next continent no later than within 5 years or 6 years down the line. So you will see this will also be a mega trend where first people will buy clothes which are secondhand or used clothes, or they will use or buy from those who are coming from a sustainable one, or choose those companies who are having a program to buy back and recirculate or recycle it or upcycle it. So it is very much possible. But in current context in India, because of the policy barriers and various other value chain issues, it's pretty difficult.
So, actually it's happening in the real world today. People have stopped carrying plastic bags. The packaging in plastic has stopped. You can go and buy your rice carrying your own container. And similar question was asked, about the toothpaste and the toothbrush that gets wasted after use. I think some of the new ways of doing things will come. There are toothbrushes with wooden handles. There are toothbrushes where you can change the head of the brush. And I think it's all about carrying out your responsibility. And just to conclude this, I want to share an example. Recently, we donated 150 refurbished computers to an educational institution. And to that extent, we could have concluded saying, we have disposed of our e-waste. But we went to the extent of asking them, share your recycling policy with us, or your waste management policy with us. Now, we could have concluded there also, but we did an agreement with them saying, after 3 years, we're going to come and audit of what you did with the waste that you generated. How did you dispose it of? So I guess it's a chain that will have to be formed in the future, where everybody takes the responsibility of disposing it off responsibly than just throwing it in the neighbor's compound.
Wonderful. I think that's a great summary to the discussion. And I've taken a little bit more of your time. Thank you very much for being here, all of you. And you've given us an insight into what you're doing. And you've shown us the path which is challenging, nonetheless achievable. And I think you have offered several points useful for the industry academia partnership. Well, especially for me as a sustainability researcher, points to ponder over and continue this discussion with all of you. Thank you so much for being here this evening. Thank you so much and have a good evening.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Thank you to all the panelists for enriching us with valuable insights on importance of innovation, significance of sustainable products, safety systems, and CSR. Thank you to Dr. Ritu Chikara for being an amazing moderator. We would like to extend a token of appreciation to each of our panelists and moderator. A beautiful thicket of 5 trees by Grow Trees, a sustainable enterprise, has been planted on each of your behalf in Delhi NCR. An acknowledgement certificate will be directly sent to all the speakers. So now I would request Navina and Ayushman to take the discussion further.
Good evening to all the panelists, moderator, and the audience. I'm Navina S. and Ayushman Mishra, both first-year MBA students from BML Munjal University, are the student ambassadors for this panel. We are pleased to have this opportunity to welcome you all to today's conversation on learning and development for sustainability, the role of sustainable education and talent for the sustainable ventures.
Now I would like to introduce you all to the panelists and moderator. So we have with us our first panelist, Dr. Sri Jayakumar, Chief Human Resource Officer, Larsen & Toubro. Dr. Sri Jayakumar is a highly result-oriented HR professional with 33 years of experience in successfully planning, designing, implementing and managing various strategic HR initiatives. He has been the head of HR for various businesses, independent companies, and JVs within L&T Group, including leadership roles in the Middle East and Africa region.
Second panelist, Lieutenant Sandhya Suri, an Indian Navy veteran, is a change enabler, inspiration, and 3 times TEDx speaker, who is currently the head of HR communications at Tesla Power USA, an energy, wellness, and EV sustainability organization. Her prior experiences are in logistics, sales, marketing, branding, customer service, and operations. Her belief system is driven by Ikigai, the reason for being, and Meraki, putting one's soul into work. She believes our current boundaries were at some point the horizon we looked at in our past.
Our third panelist, Mr. Rajoshi Ganguly, President and Global HR Head at Alchem Laboratories, Rajoshi Ganguly is currently with Alkem Laboratories Limited as their president and global HR head. Alkem is a leading pharmaceutical company having its presence in India and overseas. Overall, he brings with him about 27 years of experience in the field of human resource function across a variety of strategic roles, both in India and abroad.
Our last panelist, Ms. Ritu Raina, Chief Human Resource Officer of Quick Heal Technologies Limited. She has held HR leadership roles previously with Sterlite, Amdocs, and HDFC Bank. Prior to HDFC Bank, she has worked with Godrej and Tata AIG Life Insurance. In her over 2 decades of experience in HR, she had led various transformations. She has pioneered the concept of G-localized leadership, and her work on engaging Indian millennial was published by Society of Human Resource Management and widely acknowledged. We have Dr. Richa Mishra, Associate Professor, School of Management, BMU. As the moderator of this panel, she has an academic career spanning over 16 years in areas of organizational behavior and human resource management. As a founding faculty member of the Center for Communications and Critical Thinking of JKL University, worked to set up a unique experiential learning space, pedagogy, and curriculum to build interdisciplinary thinking and employability skills. She published and presented several research papers in international and national conferences and journals. We welcome each one of you to the panel. Now, we request our moderator, Dr. Richa, to take it from here.
Thank you, Navina, for just such a generous introduction. And thank you, Ayushman, for doing the introduction. Good evening, everyone. It is absolutely my pleasure to warmly welcome you all to the third panel discussion of day one of the Leadership Summit, which focuses on learning and development for sustainability, the role of sustainable education and talent for sustainable ventures. So in a world where sea levels are rising, glaciers are crumbling, and people increasingly view financial inequity as offensive, more and more people say business can't just measure performance in terms of maximizing profits. They argue that companies' efforts should be sustainable, by which they mean judged not on profit, but also on the environment and social performance as well. They need to deliver financial performance while also achieving human, environmental, and talent sustainability. ESG is likely to be the most important 3-letter acronym, and that it is, and will influence corporate behavior. In the years to come, it stands for environment, social, and governance, and the largest investors in the world are embracing ESG framework. Many organizations have already subscribed to the United Nations Principles for Responsible Investment, which is a commitment to integrate ESG's issue into their investment analysis and decision-making process. This calls for a transformation in how organizations operate. That is where the human resource function is critical to the success of sustainability-driven business. I am extremely delighted to have eminent panelists who are accomplished stalwarts in the HR domain. Taking this forward, I'll just share in few seconds the format for today's panel discussion. The format of discussion will include an opening question, which is common to all the panelists, on which each panelist will share their perspectives for 1 or 2 minutes. This will be followed by a question each for the panelists, and I request the panelists to share their ideas within 6 to 7 minutes. And in the end, if time permits, there will be a Q&A section where we take the question from the audience. Right. So ESG has been taught and is being taught since then. And we know that it is the people who actually take forth the organization at each level. So the question that I am putting across to all of you is, what significant changes have occurred inside the organization in order to achieve ESG performance? And how has it impacted HR functioning in your organization? And I would request Dr. Jayakumar to please answer this question, and then we'll follow it up.
Good evening, Dr. HR. Nice to be part of this conclave, and such a broad, open-ended question, and you said I have to answer within 1 minute. And how to address it?
No, so we'll have more time. I'm sure we'll take it up again. Yeah.
Yeah. Basically, as you rightly said, the context ESG, environmental, social, and governance, also known as the corporate social responsibility, has got 3 pillars, right? Economic, environmental, social, and what the planet and thing which we enjoy, let us leave it to the next generation. And in fact, some of the studies have told, or including the latest Innovation Summit, Amitabh Kant, CEO of NIT, Ayog, has said, India for the first time has been ranked among the top 10 countries in climate change in the performance index. Maybe one reason may be some of the progressive policies like electric mobility policy, etc., to be brought inside. Industry data suggests 2/3 of the GHG, that is the greenhouse gases emission, is contributed by 90 large companies. Some of them on the top of the list, some of them are. While businesses have been the major contributor for the current environment and social crisis, they are the best possible place to respond to these threats because of various technological innovation and economic things. In LNT also, we have taken a whole lot of initiatives. We believe that sustainability is about imbibing informed, responsible, inclusive business decision. LNT is one of the few organizations in India to voluntarily set sustainability targets aligned with and we have aligned it with the company's Lakshya plans. And our CEO and MD, Mr. Subramaniam, is the founding member of the Climate Finance Leadership Initiative, which is called as the CFLI of Boomerang, and LNT is one of the 9 founding members in India. This is what was the second part of your question?
So how is it impacting the HR of the organization? The HR functioning of the organization, yes.
See, it has a whole lot of initiatives in terms of policy, in terms of procedure, in terms of exposing corporate values, improving certain parameters, improving certain internal processes, bringing in learning and growth, some strategic approaches in terms of safety, all those initiatives to be taken in order to comply with this ESG norms. HR plays a very, very integral role in this, right from selection of the people, putting in policies, training them, bringing in a culture of ESG, and it becomes a part and parcel of the business. So any new initiative or any change to be brought inside the organization, HR plays a very, very predominant role in bringing a change. And ESG is again a part of it. In each area, I can keep speaking about. We'll speak later in the later part of the session.
Okay. So Lieutenant Sandhya, if you can talk a bit on this, what are the changes, the HR functionality, how it is changing in your organization, and how it has impacted?
I believe, hi everyone, thank you for hosting the summit, because it's a very critical one at this juncture, especially post-COVID. And I'm going to be repeating that phrase quite often. I'm going to keep it really, really short. The concept of HR when we started out was more administrative. When you look at it in terms of most people still believe HR is supposed to be just hiring, firing, and everything that goes in between, which is mostly your leave and absenteeism and stuff like that, and compliances with labor laws. It has a quantum leap into the future in terms of the adaptation that we've had to face over the years. All of us sitting here in this forum, I'm not so sure who's the youngest one, but most of us belong to Generation X. From Generation X to Generation Z, we have come a long way. And we are also responsible for this chaos that has happened. So we will be talking about it. And I'm going to leave it open on a note that HR functions are no longer very traditional, and they're very, very dynamic in the way the approach is. We continue to have our own versions reworked time and time again, and it's a very dynamic space to be in right now. So for now, that's all I have to say.
Right. Thank you, Sandhya. I think when you say that, HR has its own version, and I'm sure that industry to industry, it definitely varies. So if I can now request Mr. Rajashri to, share his perspective on this. How has it changed how the HR function is in his organization?
Thank you, and good evening, everyone. I think it's a very pertinent and important topic in today's world. See, I think Dr. Jayakumar already said the context of, the importance of ESG. I think today all organizations across the world and even in India have realized, where do you need to make a trade-off? Earlier, mostly people looked at short-term profits and, probably the long-term thinking was not there. And today, I think that, that understanding and orientation is there in all business house that, you are not just running business for today, but how are you also ensuring sustainability over a long period of time. So, and when you look at the overall, the ESG framework, it of course talks about a lot of things around environmental, the social criteria again, includes, how does the company is building relationship with the community, with the population at large, in terms of how it stands in reputation, and how are you kind of creating the relationship between the community, the neighborhood, the talent market, the labor relation, diversity, inclusion, so many things, today we talk under the S of ESG. If you look at the governance, and I'll come to HR after this, the governance, as we know, talks of multiple things about internal controls, procedures, the governance mechanism, how do you comply with the law, how do you take care of your stakeholders, so on and so forth. So if you look at this and, how therefore, the impact on HR function, I mean, HR today, what Sandhya said, it's no more just administrative function. It has to, first of all, the HR function today works in terms of, creating a mind shift. I think people have to understand that, it's no longer just about routine administration or hiring and all. It works a lot towards bringing a mindset shift, cultural shift, to even understand and appreciate these things. It's not just about a tick box approach or something. You have to take your entire workforce, the senior leadership, the management, to work really towards it, not just give a lip service. Today, the HR, HR function in most organizations, they are working on agendas on mental health and well-being, employment generation, how do you take care of the community interests around you, working on areas like diversity and inclusion. And diversity is not just by, gender. I mean, you need to work on diversity of various kinds, and especially when we operate in a multi-geography, and India, even it's, so many states and different cultures. So how do you bring in diversity? The other part is, about the work-life balance to work-life integration. I think, when we look at the Gen X, Gen Y, they were more happy with work-life balance. Gen Z, they are more looking into work-life integration. Now, how do you make the workplace more flexible so that, you are able to have employee-friendly different kinds of policies? Coming to the compliances, which is a must-have, because if the business is not just about generating profit. I mean, of course, you need to generate profit, but if you don't take care of the long term, your profit will not sustain. So even areas like compliance to variety of things, not just the labor laws, areas like POSH, so on and so forth, The other areas where HR today gets into is on productivity, automation, simplification, removal of or elimination of manual work where you can do simple automation. So it's a variety of things today HR has evolved into, and it is expected out of the HR function to guide the organization and lead in these areas. So this will be my opening remarks, and we can take it.
Sure, sure. Thank you. So I think when you say that it is no more a lip service, I think whenever we talk of transformation, it is how much are we walking the talk? And that is where it becomes important that sustainability is being not only talked about, something is being done as well. So now I would welcome Mrs. Ritu to share her opening remark.
Thank you, and good to see everyone today here. And I'm really feeling nice to be a part of this panel discussion. I just want to take the discussion in some different direction. When I say so, first of all, where did the question of sustainability arise? The question of sustainability in the ecosystem or the ecology arose when we had disbalance. Why was disbalance created? Because businesses had short-term goals, and eventually when they were trying to achieve that, we were trying to make life more plastic, more this, something in the system got disbalanced because it was not meant for it. Now, if I take the same scenario to the HR and to the talent world, why we are talking about even sustainability in the talent landscape? Because when we moved from an industrial era to the knowledge era, we still had the old rules of the game to manage the businesses. Suddenly, our whole context changed with the knowledge economy. And when the whole context changed there in the knowledge economy, it started creating this balance. And why did it start creating this balance? Because you're not running a factory, you're not running an industry. You have intelligent souls who are contributing to the business in the value chain. So eventually, there was a disbalance. And I'm sure, post-COVID, we saw three phases. The phase one was there were job cuts. Second phase was that companies were pushing to, really running, sweating to retain their employees, and then the great resignation story. So now if you look at these 2 years, it's a beautiful landscape to tell us how can we ensure sustainability if our fundamentals are strong and we have not taken decisions short term. And I'm referring back to what Sandhya said, that for HR, since earlier context drew us into administration processes, efficiencies, eventually when we reached this scenario of post-COVID, it started asking us questions like, how do we deal with the talent management? How do I retain people? They are leaving. I have projects to be delivered. Now, the same was happening in the environment, right? You are cutting trees for paper. Why are we cutting? Do we need paper? Do we need trees? So I think from that perspective, whenever there is something which is getting disbalanced or against the nature, irrespective, it creates that imbalance. And imbalance pushes us to think about sustainability. It has happened in the ecosystem. Today, it is happening in the HR. And we are all running our ropes. And to be very honest, we are still reactive towards it. Why? We are thinking about talent management because people are leaving, right? But eventually, the way ecosystem and environmental sustainability has taken policy level steps, has taken larger steps which can help in the long run. Same way, HR will also go through its evolution to move in that direction.
Yeah, so wonderful. I think HR has been evolving and it will keep evolving because the needs of the people and the organization keeps on changing over the period of time. So when we talk about ESG, for sure, it has the potential to revamp how successful organization plan, implement, and operate. So ESG actually, in a way, is leading a new wave to corporate transformation, and that is where I think it has become all the more important how the HR takes this challenge to train the people for the new world, new transformation that is going to come in the organization, which has already started. This takes this takes me to the next question, which I am putting across to Dr. C. Jayakumar. So, what do you think? What are the key ESG issues that concerns for HR, and how should an organization engage with its employee in the altered scenarios, when the things are changing, when the strategies are changing? Over to you, Dr. Jayakar.
Thank you, Richa. See, HR plays a very, very significant role in the ESG. And we have initiated several processes to ensure that we are compliant as well as proactive in all the dimensions. Our focus has been in 3 areas. One is people, communities, and the environment at large, and also expanding the green portfolios. Specifically, if I go into, one is policy related to governance and HR, which we are working on. For example, equal opportunity policy. See, there should not be any discrimination on the basis of caste, color, sex, creed, disability. So how do you bring in a policy in the organization in letter and spirit, and how it will be followed? Not just for the sake of reporting, I do a policy. Expanding not only the circle of influence, vendor code of conduct. You may have an employee code of conduct. Do you have a vendor or a subcontractor or a supplier code of conduct? So they should also follow such norms. Then, like public advocacy policy. So it's not that I am only concerned about me, my organization, my community. How do I participate in various forums? Like today, we are participating in this forum. We are sharing our knowledge regarding what we are doing, what educational institutions can do in terms of ESG, bringing in a policy, bringing in a participate in public as well as professional bodies to contribute to the development of public policy. That is the another encourage your employees to do that. Then green supply chain policy, which is not only you, your entire supply chain has to follow that the practices of. Then we are looking at to a higher order, including stakeholder engagement and materialistic assessment. What type of materials you use, whether it is available, how long it will last, what are the alternatives available. Then we look at mechanisms like grievance redressal, whistleblower policies, EHS processes and assessments. So a whole lot of things which HR plays today to bring in the ESG. In fact, we are in continuous engagement with various bodies like CAI, FICCI, whether it is Bombay Chamber of Commerce, IIMs, IITs, to look at how we can develop this. Next, internal, when I look at a particular employee welfare part of it, whether you are looking at the health insurance, what about the maternity benefit schemes, what you bring in, what are the type of accident insurance we bring in, how do you allow people to form associations, union, being a part of an association. It is not that divide and rule type of that. We encourage them to be a part of an association. How you look at the health and safety of the people. How do you sustain the skill upgradation so that you get continuous workforce for your operations? Because today the technologies are changing. And we have done an analysis that around 88% of the staff who go on paternity leave or a maternity leave have come back to us. So this is an indicator of how it is being taken care of. Looking at your infrastructure itself in the office, everything is in compliance to the ESG norms, whether every location is accessible by a differently abled or challenged person. Like we have a policy like safety achieving mission zero harm, so that bringing in various initiatives, EHS council. So whole lot of initiatives are taken to bring in a culture of ESG, and it is embedded into many of your HR processes. I cannot separate until where HR will get in where. It is a culture, it is a movement, it is for sustenance. If you follow it, it's a treadmill, otherwise we'll go back. Other organizations which follow will go ahead of the race. And it's not time, very shortly it will become mandatory that you follow all these norms, otherwise you will not be in the business. Like you told by Panish Rao in the earlier, I could get a sense of what he has discussed. I really appreciate his views. Thank you.
Okay, so this leads me to one question, and this is something which is open again to all. So when we are talking about ESG, there are 3 different components: environment, social, and governance. When we talk of learning and development aspect, when we talk of social aspect, it includes the people of the organization. What do you think making policy for which is the most difficult part? Is it environment? Is it social? Or is it the governance? Or is it that all three can go hand in hand?
I think, Dr. Richa, it depends on the stage what it is, because you will govern once you have formulated the policy. And if you look at out of all, the remaining two, I think learning is still needs much more focus, because this imbalance of talent sustainability has been kind of thrusted upon in the past few years. So that has to be focused more so that it can help us in bringing that balance between the demand and supply of the talent, and helping the organizations to provide them the talent for the right projects at the right time for the right deliveries. And if you look, off lately, there are many companies who have come up openly in their board meetings saying that we are losing X dollars because we have a talent crunch. Imagine the disbalance, right? So I think from that perspective, of course, there is an imbalance in the other two as well. But here it needs much more attention. That's my take.
All right. So
pitch in, Richa, it is not that it is difficult on E, yes or G. It is again the intent of the management, right? And it is there. Even before all these things, there are some companies following such norms, right? Even before, from long back. So it is the intent of the management, the value system of the management, that is more important. Once that is there, forming policies is easy. What is more is bringing a culture. How do you bring it? How do you institutionalize it? How do you become a part and parcel of the organization's culture? That is more important.
Yeah. So, thank you, Dr. Jayakumar, because when you talk about culture, I think that is where my next question goes. So there is, of course, a need to empower employees of all the ages with knowledge, skills, values, attitude to address the, interconnected global challenges we are facing, right? So the next question is for Sandhya. And what do you think for ESG to work? There needs to be a cultural movement within the workforce. Do you think that is something which is attainable when we are talking about a goal of 2030? What is your take on that, Sandhya?
I think, Sandhya, you're muted. You'll have to unmute yourself.
So a lot of these things, I'm going to be repeating a lot of things right now, but let's just start, right? Our current boundaries, which is what I keep telling, and I'm going to begin with that. Our current boundaries at some point in the past was a very distant horizon, right? Now they are our boundaries, and now we're looking at another horizon. And that's just how it is. So let's begin with that. Needless to say, change is the hardest thing for us to embrace. It's hard, it gets really messy in the middle, but emerges absolutely gorgeous in the end, provided we persist in it. And that's very, very critical. Truth is, with such a dynamic environment at play and very delicately balanced on a sliding down landscape when we look at it in terms of environment, in terms of social, in terms of culture, in terms of sustainability, it's key that the plank that we need to stand on is very, very balanced. And the need for agility to become as robust, and keeping in mind the need for diversity, equity, and inclusion on point as well. Work conflicts are very rife. They're very, very common. And this is something that most HR leaders have to, deal with in current scenario. Work conflicts are very, very rife. Most are as a result of the discomfort of having to, continuously adjust, adapt, change, choose, and then gear up for the consequences of all these dynamic changes that are happening. And it can prove to be a very unsettling space for people to be in. Any cultural movement, therefore, requires a stable but adaptable upgradation of process and systems that reduces these conflicts. And most of these conflicts are aggravated because of a closed mind towards change. And there is a very apt saying that I believe in: involve me and I will commit. And there has to be a good mix of what one rewards for individual accomplishments as well as teamwork. If both are not balanced, there is going to be chaos. It's either going to be selflessness or selfishness. We can lose sight of focus then. Now, the behavior that we want repeated is the behavior that we need to reward. And this is something, be it in terms of commission, be it in terms of incentive, be it in terms of variable pay, be it in terms of anything, any rewards that we structure in the organization for the teams has to be focused on that. What we reward is what is going to get repeated, and the behavior that we reward is the one, that will get repeated. So post-COVID, COVID-19, which I hope stays right there in the post stage and no longer in the current stage, we have realized that work is possible on the go. People can work from home, on site, at the office, even when they are on vacation. So what this has done is the pace of individuals returning to full-time work is slow. That's number one. And people are looking for happy, joyful workplaces. So they feel that their work-life balance exists in a greater measure. Also, people have realized that, unexpected oncoming trains can hit you and life is really short. We've lost so many people, so many friends, family members, co-workers and other people. So this has raised expectations of the employee to be able to balance their personal lives and professional lives equally well. The cultural shift needs to be on how best we can create an energetic yet mindful workspace. Mindfulness is important now. We also need to look at the perspective of a very young workforce that has access to a lot more than we did when we were in our 20s and 30s. The adaptation and inclusivity required from those from Generation X, that's us, is far greater than for the younger lot. They are far more inclusive in terms of diversity, in terms of inclusiveness, be it gender, be it sexual preferences, be it what they want to be addressed as. All of that is far more inclusive than with us in Generation X. And mentoring is an ongoing process, but change needs to be top down. Learning needs to be from both ends. One of the biggest challenges is that in startups especially is for the top management to retain talent that is clear on how they want their work-life balance to be. And thus, while Generation X can learn a thing or two about balance from Generation Z can learn plenty from Generation X on how to handle adversity. If we are to talk about sustainability leadership in terms of culture, balance, and structure, it's a give and take. We have to begin to look at not just the IQ or emotional quotient or even social quotient, but a new stream of thought, which is the adversity quotient. When we get stuck, we have to go back to basics. COVID-19, I know I keep bringing it up. It cannot be ignored as much as masks can't be ignored anymore. It has taught us what we need to better tackle. We need to tackle adversity instead of being dragged down by it with anxiety, depression, mental health. That is reality. And our learning and development programs need to include how to handle adversity parameters as much as the intelligence, smart work, emotional adaptability, and social inclusivity ones. Environment is a big part of it, but yes, all of these are important, but how do you handle adversity? How do we do this? Which brings me to the fact that engagement is important, but engagement by itself doesn't help. Inclusive engagement matters. So in terms of design, development, ideation, that is where it's important. For instance, let's reflect on how we initiate ideation within our organizations. Are we really listening? Are we giving creativity and ideation the platform it requires to be nurtured and grow? When we organize, for example, an ideation get together, do we place parameters on what needs to be done, or we let the conversation flow without a suggestive direction where we want it to go? Because it works out in our head in a certain manner, we perceive it to be the best idea. But are we permitting others to bring on their own ideas on the table, and then we sort it out? We begin to prepare ourselves for responses rather than absorb and understand what's going on. So do we constantly dive in and listen, or do we just work on the surface level of, yes, we are doing ideation, but we're not really doing it? So effective communication is not just about saying the right thing only. It's about how we say it. It's about how we need to empower those we have selected and employed to become productive and do better by working not only by following a process or a system, but also by listening when someone has a better, smarter idea. Do we agree to it only because the person holds a senior position? Do we reject it because despite it being a great idea, it came from someone we don't like? Do we accept it when it comes from a new person who has just joined the organization and implement it and also appreciate them for it? Do we give that acknowledgement? This is all very important. Acknowledgement is important. Appreciation is important. It's also about how we ideate positions that we hire people for. We set out the best bait in terms of advertising and showing them a workplace that's going to encourage and empower them, and then let them into a space that, literally strangles these very things and made them want to join us in the first place. So it's pretty much like sales then. Are we under promising and over delivering, or are we over promising and under delivering? Or are we professionally ethical enough to deliver exactly what we promised? Culture change requires us to discourage mistrust, build robust processes that helps people be productive, but encourages them to help others. There is a saying in the military, I'm going to go back to it, leave no one behind. That is what team dynamics is about. We have to reflect on the fact that are we keeping within our teams those who bring in the moolah, that's basically the cash, but are we able to take everyone along? That's also important. And that is, if we are just looking at the money, then that's not leadership. Then it's about control and demands and orders. That world cannot sustain in any organization, and it will set itself up to collapse. That is the culture we have to discourage. While we're looking to hire the best of the best, how are we preparing those who have to lead them to empower that talent? A critical space of mentorship required is in the space of enabling and facilitating mentorship to the top leaders to enable them to let go of excessive control and transit into a space of empowerment. Similarly, we did talk about bridging the academia industry gap. Now, I've been working in that sphere for a while, and I believe education needs to be much more than just scores. We have in our organization, for example, initiative programs for bridging that gap. For a start with engineering graduates, BTech from electrical electronics stream. Challenges are there, but it's doable. Design that is robust but flexible. One that has to map talent, competencies, and passion. It's just as critical a focus as productivity. And happy teams will make for successful organizations because they will commit with free will. Most of us seem to be in a race that we want to win at a breakneck speed at the cost of what? Let's pause, reflect, which is also what the summit is all about, to take stock of what we have ruined for our future generations, and we need to refit. This is our mess. We need to fix it. We can no longer justify our need to be greedy about picking the best of colors so we can draw a vibrant masterpiece and leave the dull gray shades for our children to paint with. How fair is that? This summit is a space to absorb, realize, and actualize, and then put into action what we pledged to do going forward. And while we're looking at it from the professional landscape, this point of view, let us also begin this at home. And I'm only getting started here, but keeping in mind the time that I have, I need to pause here for now. I'm Lieutenant Sandhya Suri, and I'm done speaking. Thank you so much.
Yep, so very insightful. And I think the transformation that we are talking about, the culture transformation, will happen actually when people will stop reacting and responding. And that is where we are talking about developing mind which are mindful, which take the time, they too take pause and then respond instead of reacting. As Ritu very clearly said that yes, we do react. Respond to certain situation is what we need to ace at. And thank you for that wonderful insight, Sandhya. So here when I'm talking about learning and development, and you mentioned that we have employees who are diverse. We have Gen X, Gen Y. Their needs and their response to the stimulus will be different. They are different people. So when it comes to training these people, so when we are doing something for the Gen X people and the Gen Y people, how the learning and development initiatives would be different for these people. So I'm just putting across, and I welcome Ritu to speak on this. So what do you think? What are the skill building initiative for these two diverse group that are existing in the organization, and how this can be done, brought into implementation in the organization?
So, Dr. Richa, I just want to go a little bit behind before I answer the question, because if I answer the question this way, I will be boxing it, and I don't want to box it. And, I'm just picking the thread from what Lieutenant Sandhya said about the culture, and because that is deeper. Learning is a surface of that, right? Now, when we look at the world, the way it has evolved, gone are the days of having skill development program, training mandates, training hours, mandatory ticks and boxes. We are in an era and stage where learning is an integral part of our everyday. So which means right from the skills which are required on the ground to perform your job, to the behavioral skills which are required for you to stay calm and stay put in your current state to move forward. So it is not only about the programs, it is about how we are building our organizations. This is one, which means learning is no more an isolated thing. It is an integrative part of the organizations as they are moving. Now, before going to Gen X and Gen Y, there are two elements of learning which is happening in the organization. One is at the organization level, another is at the individual level. When I say at the organization level, if I have to really talk about the era from 2000 to 2020, what was happening in the ecosystem? Business models were getting disrupted. The economy was becoming a networked economy. There was no more a capitalistic world, which means if I have knowledge, I'm connected through internet, I have an idea, I can find funding, and I can go whatever direction I want. So this business context was changing. So with this business context, what happened? New industry, and with the digitalized, new industry started coming up. The lifespan of the organizations got shorter and shorter. Gone were the days when organizations would take 50 years to build and they will survive for 100 years. 5 years, organization up, 20 years, maybe even out also. So this was a learning happening at the organization level. Now, when there is so much of dynamism which is happening in the context of the organization, how do organizations sustain? The only way organizations can sustain if they ensure learning of their employees to adapt with this changing context. Now, adapting with this changing context comes at two levels, coming back to your question, to the workforce. So workforce is Gen X and workforce is Gen Y, right? Now, one is what is this disruption leading them to learn? Another is what is their individual needs. Now, when I talk about what is this context making them learn, maybe a new technology, because no more the past skills are existing. Automation is happening, right? And then you are also learning to, their teams are getting broken. It's now small agile teams. You are working globally across it. So all these learnings are happening at the organization level. But at the individual level, when we look at the learner, and now I'm coming to Gen X and Gen Y, how do these two learners differ from each other? I would say experience is the culprit here, because when you teach a naive person or person who has a kind of, I would say, a clean slate, it is the learning is faster. And that's what happens with the younger generations. While as with the older generations, they are already coming with an experience. They have done there, been there, and they know this is the way of success. So for them, learning, even before learning, they have to unlearn. And I remember I was doing my research on millennials. One thing I really found during the study was that the conflict between Gen X and Gen Y is not because of Gen Y. The conflict is because Gen X has an expectation. And when that expectation is not met, they feel that, he or she is not good. So it is both ways. Now, from that perspective, we have to be cognizant of the needs of both. And when I say we have to be cognizant of the needs of the both, what are the things we need to focus for Gen X and what are the things we need to focus on Gen Y? If we have same solution for the same, we will simply fail. For example, for Gen Y, leave them, give them content, they will deliver. They know how to operate 5 windows and how to dig out content from the internet, right? Go to the Gen X, give them a modular space with a process orientation and tell them, read this guide. They will do it for you. And if you give it to Gen Y, he will turn crazy. I can't go through so many papers. This is not me, right? So now when you keep the need of the learners in mind and you help them with the solution, the learning becomes easier for them. Now, apart from this individual learner-centric needs, I think what is happening in the organizations, as I told you, that time span is becoming lesser and lesser because of the changing context. You know, you have to understand that how do you deal with ambiguity and how do you deal with adversity? It's a common skill irrespective of the generation. Everyone has to learn. Now, when I say how to deal with ambiguity, there are no more 10-year business plans, nor 5-year plans. You are living quarter by quarter, right? For Gen Y, it's easy. They will understand because they live life like that. But for Gen X, who's a leader, how do you help him? That telling that, you know, it's okay. We will have to do the course corrections. We might have to make the changes. AOP cannot be for the entire year or entire 3 years, right? So I think that is what is really happening at an org level. So if I have to really summarize, first, learning is an integral part. It is not a silo. And no generation is good. Every generation has their pluses, they have minuses. We have to see how do we pick up the pluses and help them deliver better. And if I say Gen X will follow curriculum, give them curriculum. If we say Gen Y wants freedom, give them freedom. Tell them this is the outcome you have to arrive at. And third, organizations' lifespans are shorter, business plans are shorter. How do you deal with that kind of ambiguity and make quick and fast decisions as an organization and help your people also to live in that? I think that is how I feel the impact would be on the learning part of it when we are trying to drive the more sustainable organizations.
Sure. I think, yes. So, you know, there is a question which is connected to what you have said, and I'm taking that question by Soumyajit Mandal in between itself, because it says, to what extent is HR responsible for bringing about behavioral change within individual and the organization as a whole in order to achieve the transition to stewardship position with respect to the PBL-based sustainability?
You know what, this is a very interesting question, because this question again, you know, is coming from the erstwhile era. When I say erstwhile era, we used to live in that boxes of KRAs and job descriptions. And we would say, we will only do this. Now I have done, the envelope is passed on to you and you do it, right? Now, what can HR do from a responsibility point of view is enable. But who has to change? The individual. Now, how strongly HR is able to create that enablement? Is he really creating a role models within the organization? That's also a way of learning. Is it creating learning content in such a way that it's helping the people? So enablement is the responsibility of HR. But what is the change which comes in the person, right? Is how he or she is able to respond to the platform which has been given to them.
All right. Thank you. I think that is a wonderful, you know, way of looking at it, and how the difference between so diverse people can be trained. Sandhya, would you like to say something on the same question? And then I'll go to Mr. Rajeshri and Dr. Jayakumar.
I'm only going to add to what you know, Ritu has said, because it's a very critical part of the transition process in terms of enablement is for HRs in any organization, it's important that they have mandates that are of a very, very wide space, because learning, enabling learning and enabling change in behavioral, you know, in the way you behave, it's a very wide platform. And a majority of the change enabling that we require to lead younger teams is obviously the changes that are required at the leadership level. The mandates required is greatly dependent on how the management visualizes the future in terms of the organization and in terms of the culture that they want to reflect, how they want to brand themselves as an employer. Now, in that space, if an HR, no matter how efficient or how talented they are at enabling change, if they do not have the required mandates from the top management, the facilitation is not going to work. Mainly because it's more difficult, like Ritu said, to change people from Gen X than Gen Y or Gen Z that's just coming in. And that wider space, I feel the intervention eventually comes from outside learning and development programs rather than from the inside, mainly because we believe ghar ki murgi dal barabar, and that is where we start off with. And most of us believe ki, no, there must be somebody better who can do this. So a lot of times what happens is when learning and development initiatives are taken where we invite someone from the outside, their first meeting is always with HR. And HR is supposed to put across what the pain points are. Once the pain points are explained, the person is in a better space to deal with it. And I do that even for all the talks that I go to speak at various organizations. I ask them, what is it that you want to convey? What are your pain points? Tell me that, I'll deal with it. Because it's the toughest thing for an internal person to bring about that enablement on their own, unless a mandate exists to enable that change. I think that's all I want to add for now. I mean, everyone's literally said what needs to be said. So
yeah. So anything that Mr. Rajeshri would want to share on this?
Yeah, I think, see, most things have been expressed, and my take on this subject is, on this question is that it's, of course, as the function that we represent, and we are also called the conscience keeper of the organization. Having said so, it's, alone HR driving this behavior change at individual level and organization level. It's good to say HR needs to do it, but it doesn't happen that way. It's many things culminates into how you kind of shape behavior, culture in an organization, and it has to start from the top. I mean, what examples you said, what behavior you tolerate, what behavior you do not tolerate, or are you just doing a lip service? What kind of performance you are rewarding, what kind of performance you are not rewarding, how people see you as a fair in the fairness scale. There are several things people watch, and accordingly they start emulating. The behavior change cannot happen just by putting up a bunch of people into a training room and expect them like a magic to change. So it's many things comes together, and then when people realize that what is acceptable and not acceptable in the organization. For example, if short-term goals are rewarded in the organization, you can keep talking about long-term sustainability, etc. But behavior, the pattern will be towards somehow get the work done by whatever means. So then you are giving a very different signals to the organization. So HR, of course, can be the conscience keeper. They work hand in hand with the CEO of the organization, but it's a collective responsibility at each level to trickle this behavior down, because at every level, people look up to their managers and the leadership team, and take signals from them what is on and not on in the organization. So that's where the leadership plays a great role in influencing the behavior, and whether it's a hard knock, you have to do that. And people who do not fit, you have to show them the door. As simple as that. You can keep trying to change behavior, but if somebody doesn't change, you have to show them the door at some point of time. And those kind of signals can really change the behavior in the long run, rather than keep talking about it. And of course, training programs are important. They are more for building awareness, but from awareness to shift of mindset and shift of behavior is quite a journey.
Sure, and I totally agree. Dr. Jayakumar, would you want to add something?
Yeah, enough has been spoken, but certain one or two things what comes to my mind is, does it become a part of your vision? Okay, mission statement, or if you do not have, at least do you have a ESR vision, right? So we put up a team. We have hired a person exclusively as a head for ESR and sustainability. We have put up a team. We have formed a Green Campus Committee at every offices. The vision says, for a better world, L&T shall pursue eco-friendly growth, promoting a culture of sustainability and innovation, and thereby contribute towards a better world. So it is not just a vision statement to hang in the wall, but it is to be followed with letter and spirit. That's what the other panelists also said, the leader should walk the talk. So it is being practiced. And not only, yes, definitely training is required, and it is also mandatory as part of the ESR sustainability BSR reporting. So you will have to do members of training in terms of human rights policy, in terms of POSH, in terms of various areas it is there. Yes, it is. One is optional to bring in a culture. Next is a mandatory course. More than that, how do you bring in a practical experience? To think as forming a committee, forming a task force for that, bringing in a cross-functional team to work on this, more than CSR and volunteering activities. We had an option of tree plantation across the thing. So we did that. Then very nicely, our Lieutenant Panel, she said, wonderful. What gets measured gets done, right? So how do you bring it as a KRA? And in my earlier one of my discussion on the panel member said, if you cannot measure it, you cannot improve it. Okay. So one is it will not get done, nor you can improve it. So how do some of the things becomes the KRA? How do you cascade it down, and how it gets measured, and how do you take correct? And then somebody talked about rewarding, motivating, encouraging, and all those things. So very specific criteria should be there. For example, we had certain things like we'll improve. Now, for example, recycling, it should go from 57 to 60%. Rainwater harvesting should go from 25% to this. Like that, if you have very specific goals to be done, then it happens. Otherwise, it with us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that insight. So, to my mind and to my understanding, knowledge is something which most of us have about what sustainability is. We also have changed our attitude towards, that sustainability is something which is important. It was not so, but now we need to take care of. However, when it comes to behavior, that is the toughest part. Your attitude might change. You have all the knowledge, but you won't behave. And I think that is where it takes a longer time for this culture shift. One more important thing that comes to my mind is when we are talking of behavior, it is also about, is it that behavior is sacrosanct to me? Am I doing it when I'm all alone? Or am I doing it when I'm in the organization, when people are looking, and they're watching me? So when that transformation happens, I think that is where the culture shift actually takes place. So thank you very much for this insight. Now I move on to my last question for today. So talking about talent, higher educational institute are the source of future talents or future workforce. So I would like to request Mr. Rajoshri to put across his idea. What do you think for educational sustainability, how can that be implemented in higher education institute in order to develop the sustainable business? So over to you, Mr. Rajoshri.
Yeah, thank you. I think, it has to start, everything has to start from education institute, and that's where, the talent takes birth in terms of, the kind of opening up the mind. So I think today, if you look at in even future 2030 beyond, if all the countries have to attain the goals around ESG, I don't think, first of all, it's no more a an option to have it in the education. It is, these kind of subjects is a priority now. And so the question to and there are various kinds of higher institutes like yours, and even, there are research bodies, research institutes by government. I think the importance of, the sustainable development education has to be seeded in quite early into the curriculum. And for example, when you look at right at the curriculum design, I mean, you have to look at how you are covering areas like, environment, ethics, sustainability, CSR, conservation of natural resources, energy, intercultural understanding, climate change, peace and human security, so on and so forth. The other part, like say when, people, when they come to institute, I mean, to company like ours or any other corporate sector, especially in the manufacturing sector where technology plays an important role, how do you ensure you build in, sustainability into your education at the technology level, means at the technology curriculum level? For example, there are areas like eco-technological innovation, design and application of knowledge, then how do you track and respond to different indicators of sustainable production and consumption, the need for both technological, socio-political innovation, so on and so forth. The other area that I see where, as a education institute, you can play a role into the research area. How do you undertake research into areas which is relevant for the industry? And that's where, the partnership with the industry, the companies is very necessary to understand what areas probably the industry needs solution from. And once, the education institute partners with the industry, they will be able to form a body of knowledge, which then, start getting disseminated and is helpful in the decision-making process. The other areas, I think, introduction of topics like sustainable infrastructure, sustainability with respect to technology, industry, agriculture, energy, water, food, sustainable consumption and production, which is a big thing for any one of us who are running, factories or manufacturing sites, risk reduction, disaster risk reduction, because so many times we operate in communities or communities are nearby. So how do you ensure that, we mitigate these kind of risks? Sustainability with respect to transportation, so all this, I think, needs a deeper look by the Education Institute. And I think one way one can fulfill is, it's not just by a theoretical exposure, it's how do you kind of get students to kind of do some internship in these areas, because that's where they learn practical problems and they work on projects or, problems faced by industry. Today, maybe some of the institutes may be covering this, but it still remains as a bookish knowledge. But when people join our company, we look for even solution from people coming from good institutes, good universities. And that's where sometimes we see that sometimes there is a lack, the lack of these understanding, and they are not industry ready. So I think constant dialoguing with the industry, working on relevant areas of research, and then, partnering back with the industry bodies. There are several industry bodies in the country. I think all that would help to build an ecosystem of talent who understand these issues, and they kind of contribute for the future. We are talking about Gen Z who are entering the workforce today. They are probably 10-15% of any workforce, and they are going to multiply over a period of time. So if they come with this knowledge, it becomes very natural for them to drive business in all functions, not just any particular subject, or because today you need talent in every function. And when all function understand this, then you get a very holistic solution to your, ESG issues. So that's what is my take on this.
Right. So thank you for that insight in terms of how the educational institute should be moving forward. And I can assure that at BML Munjal University, we are into experiential training of the student, and it is no more theoretical. We, in all the programs that we are running, we have made it an important part of the curriculum. So I think there is a paucity of time, and I would apologize to the participants who have posted the question, but I'm sure that has been answered by the panelists. And thank you. I would like to really thank and take this opportunity to thank, from the bottom of my heart, all the panelists for their time, for their contemplations and provocation. Thank you very much. It was wonderful having you all here on this summit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Risha. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So much to all the panelists for sharing your valuable insights and elevating awareness on sustainable education. So, and Dr. Richa for being an amazing moderator to the panel. We would also like to acknowledge the valuable contribution of each panelist, and as a token of appreciation, a thicket of 5 trees by Grow Trees, a sustainable enterprise in Delhi NCR, has been planted on behalf of each one of you. Individual certificates will be shared through an email to each panelist and the moderator of the panel. Thank you.
Now I would like to invite Dr. Anirban Chakrabarti, Dean, School of Engineering and Technology. Professor Anirban has more than 2 decades of experience as an academic and has worked in many reputed universities and research institutions globally. He obtained his PhD in physics from Saha Institute of Nuclear Physics, India. So we request you to kindly address our audience.
Thank you. Namaskar. Good evening to everyone. And it's been a very enlightening day where there were 3 different panels. And of course, we had a keynote speaker, and they have covered different points. I wanted to share my screen, actually. Can you enable me to share my screen? Rubal?
Yes, sir. Now you can share your screen.
Okay, thank you. Right. So is my screen visible?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. So it's actually really a pleasure, having all the panelists and the distinguished speakers. It's a very difficult task actually to, speak at the end of the session where everybody has already gone through brainstorming session. But I thought I'll, just summarize some of the concepts and bring in some new ones, which I, as a scientist, often think. So how much time do I have? Hello?
About 10 minutes.
Okay, great. It's more than enough. Thank you, Professor Deepak. So, we had a wonderful keynote address by Shobhana Kamineni, and I think she covered all these 5 points, which are going to be the sustainable goals, where you have poverty, which has to be reduced. You have to take care of the planet. You have to think about the prosperity of the community and harmony with nature. You have to talk about peace, where you have to not only with the thing, but also amongst the society. So you have to have inclusive societies. And then you have partnerships where you set the agenda through solid global partnerships. So this, of course, was the one of the prime focuses of this leadership sustainability summit. And I think, like we had and we heard the panelists, that there are different ways to achieve these goals. In the first panel, we had the sustainability and business performance. We had very distinguished speakers across industries who give their challenge and said that you need a holistic approach to solve many of these challenges. And I'll just cover my two paisa thing in a few slides later. In the second panel, we came across again, the developing the organizational capabilities to meet sustainability goals. Again, we had very good session, which was moderated by Ritu. And we had very distinguished speakers and panelists. And again, it came out that, the Indians are somehow following the MNCs towards making this sustainability and reporting them. But I think, we have somehow lost, and I'll try to see that, what our tradition was. And, Indians were actually leaders in that field. So I'll end my presentation with something that connects to this idea. And the third panel, which just ended now, we were seeing that, how learning and development for sustainability can be done and what is the role of the sustainable education. And we had a fantastic, thing where, Lieutenant Sandasuri also talked about that you have to have a way, you have to take in two options between selflessness and selfishness, and that delicate balance. When I'm talking about a company and I want to make a profit, of course, I want to maximize my profit. So it is a utilitarian view, and I try to be selfish. At the same time, I have to think not only about myself and my organization, but also about the society, about the environment, about the planet, and so forth. So you have to become selfless in a way. Now that balance between the selfishness and selflessness is, I think, a very, very delicate thing, and which requires a lot of deliberation. And that is something which we need to incorporate in our education. And I think, as a teacher, I have always tried to do that, and I'll share some of my ideas in the next few minutes. So as you have seen that, it's been almost 2 years now that we are in the pandemic, and when the lockdown was imposed on March 24th, 2020, we didn't even know, how long it will last. And the whole country was, plunged into uncertainty. And I remember how difficult it was. Millions of these migrant laborers were stuck, homeless, and they had to basically travel across the, Indian subcontinent to reach their homes, which was like a crisis which was unprecedented. And of course, each one of us got affected in different ways in the pandemic. And I think like what Shobhanaji mentioned, that it was like no one was treated as an exception. Everybody had to bear the brunt in some way or the other. Some were more fortunate, some were less fortunate, but it affected everyone. Now, when we were faced with such a crisis, I think the world has adapted in many ways, and not only in technology, but also in changing the mindset in the spirit. And I know that in this last 2 years, I have basically transformed myself from one plane to another plane. And I wanted to share some of my ideas. So, I had come across an interesting article written by two what we call complex systems scientists, and they were actually former directors of the Santa Fe Institute in New Mexico. And they wrote that the damage we are not attending to. And they suggested that there are these physicists and mathematicians who have been working on complex systems theory, and they can offer some solutions to the pandemic. Now, what do you mean by this complexity science or complexity theory? So you've often seen this parable, I think, that 6 blindfolded men, touching different parts of the elephant and thinking, that somebody touches the tail and thinks that this is a rope. Somebody touches this part of the body and thinks it's a wall. Somebody touches the leg and thinks it's the trunk of a tree, and so forth and so on. Now, if you remove the blindfolds of the people, then you'll find that it's actually not a different thing. You're looking at an elephant and touching the different parts of the elephant, and you're thinking something different. So often we need to have this holistic approach. And I think most of the panelists would agree that that's a very important thing. So we cannot afford to work in silo anymore. Now we have to have a holistic approach where we need to join hands. So scientists, medical practitioners, and social scientists, doctors, administrators, public policy makers, and then frontline workers, everybody had to join hands to tackle the pandemic that we've been seeing for the last 2 years. Now, what was encouraging is that last year, in fact, the Nobel Prize in Physics went to this theory of complex systems. And one of my very senior colleagues, Giorgio Parisi, I have actually attended his classes when I started my PhD in ICTP in Italy. And many of his colleagues, they actually spoke about this change of looking at the way of doing science. And that's why one of my younger colleagues in BMU, Kiran Sharma, and myself, we wrote an article why the Nobel Prize in Physics going complex systems way will change the way we look at science in India. Because I've often found that in these traditional institutes and universities, you have a very, sort of a focus, but it's a very narrow focus. The integration among the different subjects, and I was saying that, you need a holistic approach, and that is missing. So luckily, I was one of the pioneers in this field of complex systems, and that's why I served many years in institutes abroad, where I initiated these programs. And when I came back to India and joined as a professor at Jawaharlal Nehru University, I started this master's in complex systems. Today, actually, I was taking a class at IIT Madras on complex systems. They have introduced a master's, and other universities are soon going to start. And I think this type of new way of doing science will change. Now, I often tell that, there are different ways of coming to complex systems, and I won't go into the technical details, but, you will see that there are people coming from nonlinear dynamics, others coming from game theory in economics and maths, other on pattern formation like computer scientists, some working on networks like engineers, others in collective behavior from physics. So it's already an interdisciplinary approach and a holistic approach that is needed to solve these problems of complex systems. And the examples that we have, I think all the panelists discussed. Climate change requires this type of approach. Environmental problems that we face with requires that problem. Any type of pandemic or the crisis we're going requires that sort of thing. And in fact, if you go down, you'll see that each and every real life problem is actually a complex problem. Yeah, it's not a simple thing. We often reduce those problems into sub-problems and sub-problems so that we can tackle. And a physicist would have one way of looking, a chemist would have another way of looking, a biologist would have another way of looking. And perhaps an economist will come and say, no, this is not a way to do it. Now, sometimes we need to have those views to understand, and that's what I was showing in that picture with the elephant, that you need to work, not in silo, but join hands together. Now, why is that important? And I often actually say that, now in BMU, after I joined, I started working with some of my economist colleagues, some of the management students, some of my physics students from JNU on sustainability development goals in context of Indian states, and Niti Aayog had already done some ranking. We're coming up with a new index or a ranking system, which will take different factors and connect it to the growth and development. Now, there has been a debate very recent, the balance between growth and now they're saying degrowth, because in some places we've moved so far, and these are all nonlinear systems, we didn't even understand whether we were going in the right direction or not. And sometimes a step that has been taken, it takes years for us to understand what the outcome of that step is, right? And perhaps it becomes too late often to, it is not a reversible step, right? So you have to be very cautious. And that's where, I am a physicist by training, but as I said, I'm working with an economist or a student from management, or a student from, data science and physics. So we need to have different people working on the same problem. And I just wanted to show as an example, but I've done a lot of other research along these things. Now, in 2020, many of my colleagues and I, we started a center, and that center is called Center for Complexity Economics, Applied Spirituality and Public Policy. And this was in Jindal University, where I was invited to give a course in public policy, MA in public policy. And we realized that a lot of students who are coming, especially for the social sciences and humanities or international relations, they or public policy, they don't know these analytical methods, or they're not enough exposed to data analytics and artificial intelligence, machine learning tools. So we thought it might become easier if we start teaching them these techniques, so they have a holistic view and they can have evidence-based public policy. So you have data, you make this analysis and models, and then you frame your public policies, right? And we decided to have this word applied spirituality. It's not that we're teaching, to do some puja and something. Nothing of spirituality. It's applied spirituality, and because we were moved by, I was at least moved by this quote from Gus Speth, who was a US advisor on climate change. And this is a quote which I often, start when I give lectures. I used to think that top environmental problems were biodiversity loss, ecosystem collapse, and climate change. I thought that 30 years of good science could address these problems. I was wrong. The top environmental problems are selfishness, greed, and apathy. And to deal with these, we need a cultural and spiritual transformation. And we scientists don't know how to do that. So that what we were talking, that if you have to meet with the sustainable development goals, you cannot be selfish, right? That's where I think Shobhanaji made a very nice point, and I think Lieutenant Sandhya Suri brought out that you have to have a delicate option between selflessness and selfishness. When we are working for our profit, we have a short-term vision, goal. We are often very selfish, but on the long term, if we are not selfless, then Lord save us. That's what I think everybody would agree undoubtedly. Now, somehow Indians were a leader, and I'll just show you 3 lines, and I'll read it out. May you move in harmony, speak in one voice, let your minds be in agreement. May your purpose be the same. May we all be of one mind. May our intentions and aspirations be alike, so that a common objective unifies us all. Can anyone tell where these 3 lines come from? Anyone? Any guess? Professor Deepak Pandit? Anyone in?
Professor Nirban, there are a couple of chats. So Akhil Menon says Gita. There is this student called Bhagat who says Rig Veda. And there is Tapan who says from Abdul Kalam.
Absolutely right. The one who said Rig Veda. It's Rig Veda chapter 10, 192. Okay.
Very good. So that's for Bhagat. Cheers.
Absolutely. So this comes, so Rig Veda is at least 2,000 to 2,500 years old, if not more. So let that debate be a separate place, how old Rig Veda is. But I think in India, we realized the importance of harmony or existence in harmony. And if somebody didn't know that it comes from Rig Veda, this has nothing to do with any religion, right? I don't find it's what we are discussing is basically along these same lines, I think, right? And where it took almost 2,500 years to go through different revolutions and different paradigms of science and to come back again to this, that we have to live in harmony with others. We have to be we are thinking alike. Yeah, we have to be selfless. And that's where I'm saying that we need this cultural and the spiritual transformation. I'm not saying that you leave your science, you leave your economics, you leave your management and come and start becoming spiritual leaders and religious leaders. No, we have to incorporate these values. And I think that's what, as educationists, we have a very great role. And, when we train these people and when they go to work in these companies, multinationals or small startups, everywhere we have to incorporate these values. Other than that, we have almost no hope. So with this prayer from Rig Veda, I would like to end my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for summing up this entire day in such an amazing way. With this, we come to the end of day 1 on global sustainability and cooperation. Thanks to all the panelists for leaving us with such valuable insights. Thank you to all our esteemed moderators and the audience. I'm sure the discussions held today will help all of us in our respected areas of work. Allow me to take a moment and extend my thanks to the team who made this day a success. Thank you for joining us today. See you all tomorrow.